their spirit broken, their manhood effaced, better that they should die than live the miserable wretches that they are. Thus ended the Indian Wars. Digestion and dominating. It is true that the United States did not follow through on calls such as Baum's to effect the total physical extirpation of indigenous people within its borders. Then again, there was really no need for the country to absorb the expense entailed in doing so. With the native population reduced to not more than 2.5% of its original size, the United States had expropriated 97.5% of the aboriginal land base. Registered degree. The fragments of geography left to the Indians by 1900 were considered worthless, unfarmable, arid patches of dust deemed remote enough to allow for the steady die-off of survivors, conveniently out of sight and mind of the dominant society. And there were, of course, federal policies designed to help the process along. Registered. At least as early as the administration of Ulysses S. Grant in the mid-1870s, there was an influential lobby which held that the final eradication of native cultures and population could be achieved more cost-effectively and with a far greater appearance of humanitarianism through a process of assimilation than by force of arms. By the first years of the 20th century, officials like Indian Commissioner Francis Tupp were explaining that the objective was to kill the Indian, spare the man, to which end the government's policy of assimilation constituted a great pulverizing engine for breaking up the tribal mass. A decade later, Loop's successor, Charles Burke, articulated the same principle. It is not consistent with the general welfare to promote American Indian national or cultural characteristics and organization. Registered. In effect, it was the express goal of federal policy to bring about the digestion of what little remained of native North America as rapidly and efficiently as possible. Loop and Burke were making specific reference to the effects of the 1887 General Allotment Act, which voided the customary collectivity of land holdings still prevailing among American Indians during the early reservation period, imposing in its stead the supposedly more civilized and enlightened Anglo-Saxon model of individual property ownership. Registered. Under provision of the Act, Indians were universally defined on the basis of blood quantum, that is, genetic rather than national political criteria for the first time under U.S. law. Registered. Once each Indian eligible to be considered one under this new definition had been allotted his or her individual 160-acre 245 parcel, the balance of reserved territory was declared surplus and open to corporate use, homesteading by non-Indians, or conversion into national parks, forests, or military reservations. Not only were most indigenous societies thoroughly atomized by THD process, which continued until 1934, but about 100 million of the approximately 150 million acres remaining in native CO hands at the outset were stripped away. Several other components were attached to the centerpiece of federal assimilationism. By 1894, virtually the entire range of indigenous spiritual practices had been outlawed, a measure expressly intended to eradicate all vestiges of the traditions which afforded cohesion and continuity to native cultures. Meanwhile, the bulk of all American Indian children were forcibly removed from their communities at the earliest possible age and sent to remote boarding schools where they were systematically deculturated. Kept in these institutions for years on end, they were prohibited not only from practicing their religions, but from speaking their languages, dressing or wearing their hair in the customary manner, and often from having even cursory contact with friends and families as well. Meanwhile, they were subjected to sustained indoctrination in Christianity and Western values, in combination with the rudimentary skills which would allow them to serve as laborers and functionaries for the dominant society. As of 1924, under provision of the Indian Citizenship Act, all indigenous people within U.S. boundaries were unilaterally declared to be citizens of the United States with all the obligations attending such status while retaining mere membership in their own tribes. Registered. Most likely, this was intended to be the culminating gesture of assimilation in its original form, with all remaining reserved areas to be dissolved and the residual native population dispersed over the next few years. To all appearances, it was only the entirely unforeseen circumstance of certain reservations proving to be extraordinarily mineral-rich which prevented this consummating process of socio-cultural digestion from occurring. By the late 1920s, two belated discoveries had been made. First, it was becoming clear that the useless tracts of real estate left to Indians actually contained vast quantities of coal, oil, natural gas, copper, and other minerals. Later it was found that about two-thirds of all U.S. domestic uranium deposits are also located in reservation areas. Second, as the experience of the Oklahoma oil boom had amply demonstrated, placing these resources in pub-HC domain was not the most efficient, or even profitable, manner in which to exploit them. 246. Only by continuing to hold reserved (e) lands in trust could the federal government retain its prerogative to engage in centralized planning which resources would be developed at what pace, by whom, and at what royalty rates with respect to disposition of the minerals within them. It thus became necessary to preserve the reservations and at least some of the peoples resident to them, albeit in a perpetually destitute and subjugated condition. Almost overnight, the more directly annihilatory aspects of assimilationism were abandoned in favor of a relatively permanent internal colonial model. Under provision of the 1934 Indian Reorganization Act, IRA, the remains of traditional indigenous forms of governance were supplanted by more democratic structures designed in Washington and patterned after the sorts of puppet regimes already perfected in Africa and Asia by the European imperial powers, variations of which would shortly be deployed in Europe itself by the Nazis. These served and continue to serve as the essential apparatus of control by which native resources might be consumed on an almost cost-free basis while providing the illusion of indigenous endorsement of and participation in the process of exploitation. Registered. The most obvious byproduct of this arrangement has been that contemporary native North Americans, given their resource profile and per capita land holdings, should be the wealthiest sector of the continent's populace, but are instead the most impoverished. Indians incur by far the lowest annual and lifetime incomes of any group on the continent, and the highest rates of unemployment. We also experience, by a decisive margin, the highest rates of infant mortality, death by malnutrition, exposure, and plague disease. Such conditions produce the sort of endemic despair that generates chronic alcoholism and other forms of substance abuse among more than half the native population, factors contributing not only to further erosion in physical health but to very high accident rates as well as rates of teen suicide up to 14.5 times the national average. The upshot is that, during the late 20th century, reservation-based American Indian men have a life expectancy of only 44.6 years, as compared to a longevity among general population males of 71.8 years. Reservation-based women can expect to live about 3 years longer than their male counterparts, as compared to general population females, who live an average of 8 years longer than men. Put another way, every time a reservation Indian dies or, conversely, every time one is born approximately one-third of a lifetime is lost. Registered the data among urbanized Indians. At this point about 55% of all federally recognized native people, is only marginally better. Hence, the net impact of the modern North American internal colonial order on the indigenous population is something on the order of 30% attrition, generation M, generation out. Genocidal is the only reasonable manner in which to describe the imposition, as a matter of policy, of such physio-cultural effects upon any target group. This is all the more true when one factors in specific initiatives undertaken by federal authorities to control the size of the native population, both locally and overall. These include, beginning in the late 1940s, partly to cut the already minimal costs associated with supporting them on the reservations, partly to clear portions of the reservation for purposes of mining, the resumption of assimilationism's program of coerced removal of indigenous people from their lands and societies. During the 1950s and early 60s, this effort was coupled to the outright termination of recognition of the existence of some 108 indigenous nations, none of them possessing substantial mineral wealth, whose reserved land bases were then simply dissolved. A decade later, even more draconian methods were employed when the so-called Indian Health Service, IHS, of the Bureau of Indian Affairs administered a secret program resulting in the involuntary and frequently completely uninformed sterilization of about 42% of all American Indian women of childbearing age before it was allegedly halted in 1976. At about the same time, an ongoing program was initiated to disperse and destroy the largest remaining enclave of traditional Indians in the United States, the approximately 13,000 Dine of the Big Mountain region in Arizona, in order to make way for the draglines of the Peabody Coal Company. A decade later still, the mid to late 1980s, Inuit children on Alaska's oil-rich North Slope were forced to serve as guinea pigs in the field testing of hepatitis vaccines, which had been banned from international distribution by the World Health Organization, WHO, because of a presumed link to the transmission of HIV microbes. When the WHO report was discovered by Alaska natives, who then refused to allow further inoculation of their offspring, the tests were shifted southward, targeting reservation children in the lower 48 states. Although the WHO's suspicions are as yet unconfirmed, it is undeniable that the federal government demonstrated its willingness to sacrifice an entire generation of several indigenous groups in an effort to challenge the data, primarily to enhance the profitability of at least two major pharmaceutical corporations. Such priorities correspond perfectly with those evident in federal policymakers' practice, from 1952 onward, of situating U.S. mining and milling of uranium, and with these processes, the highly radioactive waste byproducts which attend them almost exclusively in reservation areas, despite the fact that substantial ore deposits were and to be available elsewhere. The results of this practice are a maximization of profits for energy corporations with increasingly severe carcinogenic/mutagenic effects on the Dine, Lagunas, and other indigenous peoples. This couples readily to federal plans to locate nuclear waste storage facilities and accompanying contamination on reservations such as that of the Mescalero Apaches in New Mexico, and in predominantly native-occupied environments such as Yucca Mountain, in New Segovia, the much-bombed Nevada Treaty territory of the Western Shoshone. The situation of Native North Americans thus remains much as it has been since the moment the Old World predator landed in the hemisphere. Liquidated to the extent deemed necessary or convenient by the invader in precisely the fashion, and at exactly the pace the invader's capacity to inflict liquidation has allowed, we are maintained alive at all primarily as a matter of utility by our colonizers, and then only in a form considered acceptable to them. No amount of humanitarian rhetoric, demographic sleights of hand, or deformity and denial of history can alter the substance of these essential realities. The genocide which has been perpetrated against the indigenous peoples of this continent is an experience unparalleled in its scope, magnitude, and duration, other than that of the native peoples of Ibero-America. Moreover, it is a process which is ongoing. Alternatives? To paraphrase Karl Marx, the purpose of studying history is not so much to understand it, although that is certainly important enough in its own right, as it is to acquire the conceptual/intellectual tools with which to change it. Registered. This is as true with regard to the perpetration of genocide as it is with anything else. To identify the relevant parameters is the first step in the prevention of future genoids, observe Frank Chalk and Kurt Jonason in an important comparative study of the phenomenon. The identification of these parameters is, however, largely contingent upon the willingness of scholars to call things by their right names, inculcating among people of conscience everywhere an ever-increasing consciousness of what genocide actually is, how and why it has occurred historically, and the ways in which its legacy has shaped our contemporary sociopolitical, cultural, and economic environments. This is the only way in which we are ever going to be able to arrive at a situation in which genocide is not only unthinkable for most people, but impossible, or at least much more difficult to perpetrate than it has been for a very long time. It is also the only way in which those who have or do engage in genocidal practices can ever be held accountable for their crimes, both figuratively and literally. We are speaking here not merely of a matter of simple justice, but of the question of sheer survival for millions of human beings. Of course, the myriad horrors recounted in this essay can never be undone. The outcomes deriving from their cumulative effect can, however, the course of future history is alterable. Not only can the continuing genocide of North America's native peoples at last be halted, but the benefits of that genocide, real, potential, and perceived, can ultimately be revoked. Absent the tangible or imaginary attainment of profit, racial/ethnic/national/religious supremacy, and ideological purity which has always motivated genocidal activity, and the incentive to engage in it for the most part disappears. If such lack of likely gain were coupled to the prospect of punishment, whether directly or even indirectly through the assessments of posterity, we would begin to achieve some degree of genuine disincentive to genocidal behavior. This last can be made to stand as a barrier against those who would seek to commit genocide against other peoples, in other places, in the years ahead. Creation of such circumstances comprises an agenda truly worthy of pursuit and fulfillment. It can be actualized, however, only through an unflinching willingness to recognize things for what they have been and, by extension, for what they are, and then to act accordingly. Any such posture entails not only an unstinting and rigorous effort to apprehend the essential meanings of historical processes, but to confront, unmask, and thoroughly debunk those who seek, whether individually or institutionally, to obfuscate, degrade, or deny such meanings. If the present essay can be said to have contributed in any way to such an endeavor, and that has been the sole purpose of preparing it, then the effort will have been well warranted. 4. Cold War impacts on native North America. The political economy of radioactive colonization. When years before they had first come to the people of the Sabala land grant, they had not said what kind of mineral it was. They were driving U.S. government cars, and they paid the Land Grant Association $5,000 not to ask questions about the test holes they were drilling. From that time on, human beings were one clan again, united by the fate the destroyers had planned for of them, for living things, united by a circle of death that devoured people in cities 12,000 miles away, victims who had never known these mesas, who had never seen the delicate colors of the rocks which boiled up their slaughter. Leslie Marmon Silko Ceremony. All the costs and consequences of the protracted Cold War pitting the United States and its free world allies against the Communist bloc after 1945, perhaps the least known but certainly among the more substantial have been its impacts upon the indigenous nations of North America. Virtually unremarked in the vast literature on the conflict, these effects extend from the consolidation of what may be history's most perfected system of internal colonialism to oblique recommendations within at least some sectors of the U.S. government that outright genocide be perpetrated against American Indians. Along the way, policies which were and in many instances continue to be patently genocidal have been visited upon the peoples native to this continent. This essay provides an overview of the situation, tracing the evolution, motivations, and effects of such policies, primarily in the United States, with a decidedly secondary emphasis on Canada. It concludes with suggestions as to how the resulting circumstances might be favorably altered, by correcting not only some of the worst material/physical conditions affecting post-Cold War native North America, but also the essential structure of relations between indigenous nations and the continent's settler state governments. Internal colonialism. According to the final, 1979, report of the federal government's Indian Claims Commission, an entity established by Congress in 1946 to quiet title to the area encompassed by the 48 contiguous states, the United States possesses no legal basis for its use and occupancy of approximately one-third of its territory, leaving aside historical questions concerning fraudulent or coerced transfers of land from indigenous nations to the United States, matters which in themselves would serve to invalidate all pretensions to legitimacy by the acquiring government. The Commission admitted that after more than 30 years of exhaustive investigation it was unable to discover any treaty, any agreement, nor even a unilateral act of Congress by which the country could legally assert jurisdiction over about 750 million acres of territory it had long since grown accustomed to claiming as its own domestic property. By most accounts, The same situation prevails in Canada. One glaring omission in the Claims Commission's report was that even those areas still recognized by the United States as belonging to indigenous nations, about 50 million acres in 1980, had been directly subordinated to the plenary power of the federal government, a juridical concept enunciated by the Supreme Court in its 1903 Lone Wolf opinion. Under this doctrine, completely antithetical to international legal principles, the United States had unilaterally assigned itself the role of permanent trustee over American Indian lands and lives, exercising what the court described as an absolute and unchallengeable authority to administer or dispose of native assets in whatever manner it saw fit. At the time of Lone Wolf, the government, having overseen the extermination of the great bulk of all native people within its boundaries, was in the process of formally assimilating, digesting, the residue, both territorially and in terms of population. The High Court's articulation was meant to cast a patina of legal rationalization over the results. Only the discovery, during the 1920s, of substantial minefield deposits within the remote and supposedly worthless tracts to which most of the remaining Indians had been consigned to die off, out of sight and mind of the dominant society, averted this planned extinction, which had been scheduled for consummation by the Midlothian. By the late 1970s, it was estimated that some 2/3 of all U.S. uranium reserves, as well as about 1/4 of the readily accessible low-sulfur coal, 1/5 of the oil and natural gas, and appreciable quantities of other strategic minerals were situated within reservation boundaries. Insofar as there were always clear advantages for federal economic planners in holding such assets in trust rather than placing them in the public domain, a matter which, given America's alleged free market ideology, required the existence of native peoples as justification, governmental policy was quickly retooled to serve the ends of preservation rather than eradication. The instrument by which this vital transformation was accomplished was the Indian Reorganization Act of 1934, a statute that usurped what was left of traditional indigenous governments, replacing them with federally designed and maintained tribal councils whose function was/is mainly to sign off on federal development programs on the reservations, thus fostering the false impression of native consent to massive resource expropriation. Under this neatly crafted system of internal colonial domination, the federal government determines which resources will be exploited on which reservations, at what pace and for what purpose, by which vendors, at what royalty rates, under what safety standards, and with what, if any, post-extraction cleanup requirements. Registered the potential super profits for the government's preferred transnational corporations, many of them defense contractors, are obviously enormous, readily comparable to those accruing through neocolonialist enterprises conducted in other third world locales, and they have been consistently realized over the past 60 years. This, in turn, has facilitated America's emergence as the globally dominant economic and military power of the late 20th century. For native North Americans, the costs and consequences have been genuinely catastrophic. Despite the fact that the reservation resource profile is sufficient to make Indians collectively, and on a per capita basis, the wealthiest people on the continent, we remain by far the poorest, with the lowest annual and lifetime incomes of any group. Reservation unemployment averages 60% throughout the United States and, in some places, has hovered in the 90th percentile for decades. The effects of such acute impoverishment are more indicative of third world conditions than of those expected within the world's richest and most advanced post-industrial democracy. Indians suffer an infant mortality rate up to 15 times the U.S. national average, and, by a decided margin, the highest rates of death from malnutrition, exposure, and plague disease. All of this translates into an endemic sense of disempowerment and despair, which then generates chronic alcoholism and other kinds of substance abuse, a circumstance contributing heavily to spiraling rates of teen suicide, as well as fatalities from accidents and phononesque forms of intragroup violence. As of the mid-1980s, reservation-based American Indian men had a life expectancy of 44.6 years in a country where average male life expectancy was 71.8 years. Reservation-based Indian women could expect to live slightly more than 3 years longer than their men, but non-Indian females displayed a longevity 8 years greater than their male counterparts. Unquestionably, Eduardo Galeano's famous observation that the wealth of the United States is absolutely dependent upon its perpetual and parasitical impoverishment of the South holds equally true for the internal colonies of the native North. Trinity. In mid-1941, it was discovered for the first time by non-Indians that there were uranium deposits in the northern reaches of the Navajo. 293. Reservation called the Four Corners region, a high desert environment where the state boundaries of Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Utah intersect. Although the numeral was not considered especially valuable at that moment, a limited amount of prospecting began almost immediately, a process which, over the next few years, revealed the contours of what is now called the Grants Uranium Belt, an almost continuous series of ore pockets stretching roughly 200 miles across the Colorado Plateau from somewhere west of Tuba City, Arizona, to the area around Albuquerque. Exploration was intensified in early 1942, after the U.S. entry into World War II, primarily because of the establishment of the Manhattan Project, a highly classified military/scientific effort to develop nuclear weapons for use against Germany and Japan. From that point until July 1945, over 11,000 tons of ore were mined and processed into yellowcake uranium in the Monument Valley and Carrizo Mountain areas of Navajo by a single defense contractor, the Vanadium Corporation of America. The end user of all this material was the Los Alamos National Scientific Laboratory, a huge fortified compound on the Pajarito Plateau, northwest of Santa Fe, created by impounding a tract of land belonging to the San Ildefonso Pueblo. The reasoning bound up in that maneuver is instructive. Ironically, the very attributes that protected the Pajarito Plateau from the systematic colonization that engulfed much of New Mexico before the 1940s made it attractive for this secret project. Seeking a remote locale to hide those researching the possibility of creating the single most dangerous human weapon invented up to that time, federal and military officials wanted a place with minimal distraction and little chance of discovery or subversion. The Pajarito Plateau fit such requirements. It had never become thoroughly integrated into the economy of modern America, and remained as it always had been, remote, peripheral, and marginal to the mainstream. What was brewed up at Los Alamos was, of course, Trinity, the first 3 atomic bombs, uranium fission devices. One of these was test detonated at the remote Alamogordo bombing and gunnery range now called the White Sands Missile Range on July 16, 1945, making the population of the nearby Mescalero Apache Reservation, along with the troops positioned in trenches for experimental purposes, the earliest known victims of nuclear warfare. Registered the test came too late for the remaining pair of devices to be used against the Germans, and barely in time to allow for the strategically unnecessary incineration of the Japanese cities of Hiroshima, August 6, 1945, more than 100,000 dead, and Nagasaki, August 9, at least 50,000 fatalities, in terrifying demonstrations of the newfound American capacity to visit previously unheard of levels of destruction upon its enemies. Temporarily sanguine in its monopoly on such weapons which its experts predicted would last a decade or more. Allowing it to achieve a position of unprecedented world dominance, the United States began to build up its nuclear arsenal at a rather leisurely pace. Indeed, while some mining was continued, there is no evidence that a coherent plan was effected by the Pentagon or allied agencies to extract and process further stocks of uranium during the first 2 years of the post-war period. A serious ore acquisition program was not inaugurated by the recently formed Atomic Energy Commission, the AEC, established by the Atomic Energy Act of 1946 and now repackaged, innocuously enough, as the Department of Energy, until late 1947. Even then, the pace did not really begin to pick up until the first, and entirely unpredicted, Soviet test detonation of a nuclear device on September 23, 1949. With U.S. dreams of an uncontested, and therefore relatively inexpensive, Planetary military hegemony thus abruptly derailed. The situation was to change radically and with an almost equal degree of suddenness. For the world as a whole, and for native North America in particular, the results would be disastrous. Advent of the Cold War. In truth, the Cold War had begun years before, at least as early as 1941, and more likely from the moment of the U.S.S.R.'s inception in 1917. Certainly, the internal security posture of the United States both during and after the Second World War tends to bear out such a view, as does the Truman administration's initial post-war policy of containment, with its attendant pattern of low-intensity military confrontations with international Soviet subversion and aggression. Happy face, however, the Russian acquisition of nuclear weapons in 1949, as well as the loss of China to Mao's communist insurgency that same year, upped the ante considerably. On September 30, 1950, just in time for the outbreak of the Korean conflict, Truman embraced a set of top-secret policy recommendations advanced by the National Security Council, NSC 68, calling for a far more bellicose strategy of rolling back communist gains on a worldwide basis. Among other things, NSC 68 called for the comprehensive restructuring of the U.S. economy to accommodate a massive and perpetual military/technological buildup, with emphasis on nuclear weapons, under what were ostensibly peacetime conditions. This open-ended program, which would entail a drastic reduction of federal expenditures for purposes other than Defense 5K and foreign assistance. By the deferment of certain desirable civic programs, requiring a large measure of sacrifice and discipline on the part of the American people, was expressly designed to force the Soviet Union into a process of martial competition so vastly expensive as to 296. Ultimately bankrupted. In order for these objectives to be attained, it was deemed essential by the NSC that an outright national security state posture be adopted by the United States. This involved not just a burgeoning of the military, but also an expansion of its already sprawling counterpart, the Central Intelligence Agency, CIA. It also entailed placing a permanent mantle of official secrecy over the basis for most governmental decision-making, the systematic indoctrination of the public on all sorts of largely fictional external threats the military was needed to defend against, and an across-the-board repression of domestic dissent. Registered shortly, American society. Already beset by an escalating series of officially sponsored spy scares and anti-communist witch hunts in every quarter from the State Department to Hollywood. Was racked by the full force of McCarthyism, so called in reference to the investigative activities of Wisconsin Senator Joseph R. McCarthy. The centerpiece of the carefully orchestrated national hysteria which brought McCarthy to the fore was the show trial of a small group of technicians, notably Julius Rosenberg and Morton Sobel, who had worked on the Manhattan Project, allegedly using their positions to pass non-existent U.S. nuclear secrets to the Soviets. The treason of these atom spies supposedly accounted for the ability of the Reds to build a bomb years earlier than U.S. intelligence analysts had predicted, a matter which placed the entire citizenry of the free world in the most extreme peril. In the trial's aftermath, McCarthy convened well-publicized hearings on what he described as Soviet infiltration of literally the entire defense establishment. Even the ranks of the scientists who had overseen Trinity were purged of communists and communist sympathizers, that is, anyone exhibiting less than full ideological dedication to America's imperial agenda. While public consciousness was being thus reshaped, the government began to quietly assemble the infrastructure of its military/industrial/scientific complex. While sharply increasing the funding for existing nuclear research centers at Los Alamos, Oak Ridge and Argonne National Laboratories, and Lawrence Laboratories at Livermore, California, the AEC also broke ground for a new weapons production facility at Rocky Flats, 16 miles upwind from Denver, augmenting the capacity of the existing plant, situated within the Hanford Military Compound, a large tract abutting the Yakima Indian Reservation in eastern Washington. The extent of corporate interface was soon clear. By 1952, 13 nuclear reactors had been built for weapons production. General Electric built reactors at Hanford, Westinghouse at Argonne, Illinois. Union Carbide ran Oak Ridge, Tennessee. DuPont was chosen to design, build, and run a giant facility for plutonium waste reprocessing and storage on South Carolina's Savannah River. All government work was contracted out to private firms. The government did not do any direct hiring except for the AEC bureaucracy. From research work to weapons construction, the job was and is now done by private firms, think tanks, universities. The new infusion of taxpayer-provided capital ensured the heavy participation of private industry. This structural overlap of public finance and private profit was set in concrete through amendment of the Atomic Energy Act in 1954, allowing corporate ownership of reactors and patent rights vis-a-vis the applications discovered for use of fissionable materials, prerogatives formerly reserved for the AEC. The icing on the cake of corporate profit was the passage of the Price-Anderson Indemnity Act in 1957, a statute mandating that public tax revenues would be used to underwrite liability in the event of nuclear accident, even in privately owned facilities. In order to peddle such an obvious boondoggle to a somewhat skeptical body politic, the government added a carrot to the stick of national defense. This took the form of the friendly atom, the notion that nuclear power, properly applied, would ultimately meet the electrical consumption requirements of America, and perhaps the world as a whole. In a clean, efficient, cost-effective, and utterly inexhaustible fashion, a line heavily propagandized by the Eisenhower administration, beginning with the President's Atoms for Peace speech in December 1953. A few months later, the AEC launched a 5-year reactor development program. The first contract was signed in the summer of 1956 with the Yankee Atomic Electric Co., a corporation owned by several New England utilities, for a 185 MW Westinghouse pressurized water reactor, PWR, in Rowe, Mass. Other permits were issued for Consolidated Edison SP-year at Indian Point, New York, and Commonwealth Edison's GE reactor at Dresden, Ill. A construction permit was also granted for the first commercial fast breeder, the Enrico Fermi plant in Monroe, Michigan. Such civilian uses of atomic energy had military implications, of course, from lending a benign appearance to whole areas of nuclear research which might otherwise have come to seem menacing much sooner than they did, to stabilizing the basis upon which power generation for key sectors of the politico-military command and control structure would function during wartime, to providing the raw material from which depleted uranium ammunition would eventually be made. Given the sensitive nature of the materials and technology employed, the peddling of the friendly atom also facilitated public acceptance of an ever more ubiquitous internal security apparatus. Most of all, it provided a convenient means of funny-eyeing vast subsidies into the rapidly growing defense industry without including such appropriations in the Pentagon budget. This, in turn, enabled the Pentagon to lavish its funds, not simply on the development and production of nuclear weaponry, but upon the perfection of more sophisticated delivery platforms, the B-52 strategic bomber, for instance, as well as nuclear attack submarines and an array of rockets and ballistic missiles. And precision electronic paraphernalia allowing better targeting, detection and communications. As these billions of dollars in additional revenues poured into the coffers of corporations like Lockheed, Boeing, McDonnell Douglas, Grumman, Westinghouse, GE, AT&T, ITT, and Litton Industries, the U.S. economy, indeed, that of the world, underwent an astonishing process of deformation. By 1959, the concentration of wealth among the Pentagon's preferred contractors virtually guaranteed their control over resources and populations, both at home and abroad, in a manner not unlike that evidenced throughout the internal colonies of native North America. It was in this context, with greater and greater realms of power accumulating in fewer and fewer unelected hands, that even President Dwight David Eisenhower, a former five-star general and avid Cold Warrior, but apparently a man of at least some degree of democratic sensibility, was to warn before leaving office in January 1960 that the system he himself had done so much to create was threatening, like Frankenstein's monster, to break free of control. Ike's expostulation went unheeded. However, as his liberal successor, John F. Kennedy, citing a non-existent missile gap in which he claimed the United States had fallen far behind the USSR in its capacity to launch intercontinental nuclear strikes, accelerated rather than reduced America's pursuit of ascendancy in the strategic arms race. Radioactive colonization. Plainly, the essential ingredients defining the contours of successful American participation in the Cold War were in place by 1951, probably earlier. Their functioning was, however, entirely contingent upon a trio of distinct but closely related needs: a sufficient supply of uranium ore, localities in which the ore could be processed and converted into weapons, and areas in which these weapons and their delivery systems could be tested, none of which had been adequately worked out by that point. 10 years later, a fourth need: locales in which the waste byproducts of the whole nuclear cycle might be permanently stored or otherwise disposed of, was to become an increasingly pressing issue. The problem was, and remains, that each of these four requirements generates collateral contamination of the environment of varying intensities and durations, but all of it extremely carcinogenic and mutagenic. Both secrecy and propaganda had their limits. There was quite simply no way in which the mainstream American public could be exposed to the brunt of such contamination, thereby suffering the endemic health consequences which could be expected to result, while sustaining the level of popular enthusiasm for nuclear investment desired by federal planners. Insofar as possible, then, the environmental/health effects of everything from uranium mining and milling to the disposal of radioactive wastes had to be displaced into expendable geographies and onto equally expendable populations. Although other possibilities were explored over the years, especially with respect to testing, the imagined solutions to such dilemmas were located, by and large, in the great American desert of the far western regions of the continental United States, conveniently out of sight and mind of the bulk of America's citizens. In these sparsely inhabited areas, taken up mainly by the internal colonial archipelago of American Indian reservations and treaty territories, it was intended that the physiological costs of the country's nuclearization be foisted off more or less exclusively on the indigenous peoples who resided there. Registered to appreciate the extent to which this is true, it is necessary to examine in some detail the evolution of each the four critical elements at issue. Mining. In 1947, when the AEG began its first, very limited, post-war uranium ore acquisition program, it hit upon an interesting cost control measure. Since significant uranium deposits along the Grants Belt were known to be concentrated on the Navajo Reservation, and since most Navajos had been rendered destitute by federal impoundment of their livestock over the preceding decade, it was estimated that sufficient ore could be produced by recruiting desperate Indians to undertake individual mining operations. Working through the Department of Labor's Small Business Administration, SBA, and the Interior Department's Bureau of Indian Affairs, BIA. The AEC was even able to pre-oats the proliferation of these tiny mom and pop shaft mines, somewhere between 1 and 200 of them by 1951, as a promising new alternative for economic development on American Indian reservations. Happy face, omitted from such glowing projections was the fact that none of the approximately 500 Indians who were provided with SBA loans to establish themselves as independent suppliers for the AEC had been warned of the dire health hazards well known in industrial/governmental circles since the 1930s involved in working uranium in unventilated mine shafts. Radon and thoron gases, which are emitted by uranium, readily combine with the molecular structure of human cells and decay into radioactive thorium and polonium. Radon and thoron gases, if inhaled, irradiate cells in the lining of the respiratory tract. 40. Causing cancer. Even if the miners had been warned, SBA funds were not provided for purposes of installing the equipment necessary to draw off the gases or the equally toxic dust produced in the act of digging. Instead, the miners were left to unwittingly inhale huge doses of such substances day in, day out for years on end. Happy face, the entirely predictable result was that, by 1980, the first generation of Dine miners had contracted lung cancer in grossly disproportionate numbers. The AEC later claimed that it did not possess information about the public health problems for uranium miners. Unions and public health service physicians disagreed. Dr. Victor Archer at NIOSH National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health claimed that European physicians had noted a high incidence of lung cancer in uranium miners prior to 1940. The National Commission on Radiation Protection and the International Commission on Radiation Protection were aware of potential hazards of radon gas by the early 1940s. As far back as the early 1950s, it was widely known that 70% of germ carat and Czech pitchblende and uranium miners who worked in the industries in the 1920s and earlier had died of lung cancer. Carat. Things improved lit, if at all, after the AEC dramatically stepped up its ore buying in 1952, contracting with the Kerr-McGee Nuclear Corporation to open the first major uranium mine on Navajo, outside the town of Shiprock, New Mexico. 100 Dine were hired to perform the underground labor at about two-thirds the prevailing off-reservation pay scale for comparable work in what was ostensibly a ventilated mine shaft. When a federal inspector visited the mine a few months after it opened, however, he discovered the ventilator fans were not functioning. When he returned 3 years later, in 1955, they were still idle. By 1959, radon levels in the mine shaft were routinely testing at 90-100 times the maximum safe levels, a circumstance which remained essentially unchanged until the ore played out and Kerr-McGee closed the mine in 1970. Happy face, of the 150-odd Dine miners who worked below ground at Shiprock over the years, 18 had died of radiation-induced lung cancer by 1975. 5 years later, another 20 were dead of the same disease, while the bulk of the rest had been diagnosed with serious respiratory ailments. Much the same situation pertained with regard to native employees working in the shaft at Kerr-McGee's second mining operation on Navajo, opened at Red Rock in 1953. Happy face, the same rates prevail among the men who worked underground for Kerr-McGee at Grants, New Mexico, the largest uranium shaft mining operation in the world. Of the original 6,000 or so miners of all races employed below ground in the Grants Belt as a whole, NIOSH's Victor Archer has estimated that 1,000 will eventually die of lung cancer. Nonetheless, such mines proliferated on the reservation throughout the remainder of the 1950s, as the AEC, with the active complicity of the BIA, entered into a host of additional contracts, not only with Kerr-McGee, but with corporations like Atlantic Richfield, Argo, Amex, Food Mineral Utah International, C-Hamax Uranium, United Nuclear, Union Carbide, a chameleon which was formerly known as the Vanadium Corporation of America, and is now called Umetco Minerals Corporation, Gulf, Conoco, Mobil, Exxon, Getty, Sun Oil, Standard Oil of Ohio, Sohio, and Rockwell International. As of 1958, the Bureau of Indian Affairs reported that over 900,000 acres of tribal 307 land were leased for uranium exploration and development. From 1946 to 1968, over 13 million tons of uranium ore were mined on Navajo, some 2.5 million tons at Shiprock Alloy. ND still the rate of increase grew. By late 1976, at the very peak of the uranium frenzy afflicting the Colorado Plateau, the BIA had approved a total of 303 leases encumbering 250,000 acres of Navajo land for corporate mining and milling purposes. Aside from its effects upon those working underground, the shaft mining on Navajo had an increasingly negative impact upon the physical well-being of their families and communities. Once real ventilation of the mines began to occur during the mid-60s, the vents were often situated right in the middle of residential areas, whose inhabitants were then forced to breathe the same potent mixtures of radon, thoron and other toxic substances which were plaguing their husbands, fathers, and neighbors underground. Then there was the matter of pumping out the groundwater which constantly seeped into scores of the deeper shafts, a process called dewatering, all of it heavily contaminated. To appreciate the volume of this outpouring, it should be considered that just one site, Kerr-McGee's Church Rock No. 1 mine, was pumping more than 80,000 gallons of irradiated effluents per day into the local supply of surface water in 1980. The millions of gallons of radioactive water released in this fashion carry deadly selenium, cadmium, and lead that are easily absorbed into the local food chain, as well as emitting alpha and beta particles and gamma rays. Human ingestion of radioactive water can result in alpha particles recurrently bombarding human tissue and eventually tearing apart the cells comprising that tissue, causing cancer and/or genetic mutation in offspring. Small wonder that, by 1981, the Navajo Health Authority, NA, had documented increasing rates of birth defects, notably cleft palate and Down syndrome, among babies born after 1965 in mine-adjacent reservation communities like Shiprock, Red Rock, and Church Rock. At the same time, it was determined that children living in such localities were suffering bone cancer at a rate 5 times the national average, ovarian cancer at a staggering 17 times the norm. Yet another study concluded that, overall, there was a twofold excess of miscarriages, infant deaths, congenital or genetic abnormalities, and learning disabilities among uranium area families, compared with Navajo families in non-uranium areas, although funding was requested from the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare, DHEW, to conduct more extensive epidemiological studies throughout the Grants Belt. The request was promptly denied. In fact, in 1983, one agency, the Indian Health Services, a subpart of DHEW, which was by then redesignated the Department of Health and Human Services, sent a report to Congress, stating that there was no evidence of adverse health effects on Indians in uranium development areas and there is no need for additional studies or funding for such studies. Happy face. Meanwhile, since 1952, an Argo subsidiary, the Anaconda Copper Corporation, had been operating under AEC/BIA authority on the nearby Iguna Reservation, near Albuquerque. By the early 1970s, the approximately 2,800 acres of Anaconda's Jackpile-Pagwit complex at Laguna, from which 22 million tons of ore and more than 44 million tons of other minerals were ultimately removed, was the largest open-pit uranium mine in the world. The excavation went so deep that groundwater seepage became as much an issue as in a shaft mine. Anaconda's mining techniques require dewatering, i.e., the pumping of water contaminated by radioactive materials to facilitate ore extraction. Since 1972, the Jackpile mine has wasted more than 119 gallons per minute through this dewatering procedure. Altogether, more than 500 million gallons of radioactive water have been discharged into a 260-acre tailings pond, from which it either sinks back into the aquifer, evaporates, or seeps out into the arroyos and drainage channels of the tiny Rio Micano stream that is fed by a natural spring near the tailings dam. Registered in 1972, and again in 1977, the Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, notified the Laguna Tribal Council that both the Rio Molino and the nearby Rio Pagwit, both of which run through the Anaconda leasing area, and which together comprise the Pueblo's only source of surface water, were badly contaminated with radium-226 and other heavy metals. This was followed, in 1979, by a general accounting of EPA's announcement that the aquifer underlying the entire Grants Belt, from which Laguna draws its groundwater, was similarly polluted. The trade-off was, of course, jobs. But, while most able-bodied Lagunas, and a considerable proportion of neighboring Acamas, were employed by the corporation, a matter touted by the BIA as a miracle of 309. Modernization, most received poverty-level incomes. And, although the adverse health effects of open-pit uranium mining seem somewhat less pronounced than those associated with shaft mining, disproportionately high rates of cancer among long-term miners were being noted by the early 80s. All told, about 3,200 underground and 900 open-pit miners were employed in uranium operations by 1977, and Kerr-McGee was running a multi-million-dollar U.S. Department of Labor-funded job training program in the Navajo community of Church Rock, Arizona, To recruit more. The stated governmental/corporate objective was to create a workforce of 18,400 underground and 4,000 open pit miners to extract ore from approximately 3.5 million acres along the Grants Belt by 1990. Only the collapse of the market for U.S. domestic uranium production after 1980. The AEG met its stockpiling quotas in that year, and it quickly became cheaper to acquire commercially designated supplies abroad, first from Namibia, then from Australia, and finally from the native territories of northern Saskatchewan, in Canada. Averted realization of this grand plan. As the dust settled around the Four Corners, the real outcomes of uranium mining began to emerge. Although only 2/3 of known uranium resources were located on or near American Indian reservations, some 90% of all mining had occurred on or immediately adjacent to them. The AEC's constellation of corporations had profited mightily as a result, and not just by refusing to meet the expense of providing even the most rudimentary forms of worker safety or their having to pay only the artificially depressed wages prevailing within the reservation's colonial economies. The BIA, exercising the government's self-assigned trust prerogatives vis-a-vis Indian uranium, had written contracts requiring the corporations to pay royalties pegged at an average of only 3.4% of market price in an environment where 15% was the normative standard. Moreover, the contracts often included no clauses requiring post-mining cleanup of any sort, thus sparing Kerr-McGee and its cohorts what would have been automatic and substantial costs of doing business in off-reservation settings. When lucrative mining was completed, the corporations were thus in a position to simply close up shop and walk away. Registered the impoverished indigenous nations upon which the uranium extraction enterprise had been imposed, who seldom if ever made money from the process and whose prior economies had been demolished in the bargain, were then left holding the bag. On Navajo, this involves the necessity of dealing with hundreds of abandoned mine shafts ranging from 50 to several hundred feet in depth, some subject to caving in and 69. All of them steadily emitting radon and thoron from their gaping maws. At Laguna, conditions are even worse. As Dr. Joseph Wagoner, Director of Epidemiological Research for ICISH, would later put it, with conspicuous understatement, the situation presents serious medical and ethical questions about the responsibility not just of the corporations, but of the federal government, which was the sole purchaser of uranium during much of the period. Milling. Milling, the separation of pure uranium from its ore, is the first stage of the production process. Ore pockets across the Grants Belt range from 0.4 to 0.3% uranium content, yielding an average of about 4 pounds of yellow cake per ton. The remaining 1,996 pounds per ton of waste reduced to the consistency of coarse sand called tailings during milling invariably accumulates in huge piles alongside the mills, which, for reasons of cost efficiency, tend to be situated in close proximity to mines. Tailings retain approximately 85% of the radioactivity of the original ore, have a half-life estimated at 10,000 years, and are a source of continuous radon and thoron gas emissions. They are also subject to wind dispersal and constitute an obvious source of groundwater contamination through leaching. As with uranium mining, about 90% of all milling done in the United States during the AEC's ore buying program occurred on or just outside the boundaries of American Indian reservations. Also, as was the case in the mines, conditions in the mills were deplorable. Happy face, even the most elementary precautions to assure worker protection were ignored as an unnecessary expense. As Laguna poet Simon J. Ortiz, who was employed in a Kerr-McGee mill during the early 60s, would later reflect. Right out of high school I worked in the mining and milling region of Ambrosia Lake. I was 19 years old. At the mill, I worked in crushing, leaching, and yayo cake. Usually at various labor positions. One had a job, and for poor people with low education, no skills, and high unemployment, that is the important thing, a job. In 1960, there was no information about the dangers of radiation from yayo cake. In the milling operation at the end of the liquefying and settling process, the yellow liquid was drawn into dryers that took the water out. The dryers were screen constructions which revolved slowly in hot air. Yellow pellets were extruded and crushed into fine powder. The workers were to keep the machinery operating, which was never smooth, and most of the work was to keep it in free operation, i.e., frequently having to unclog it by hand. There was always a haze of yellow dust flying around, and even though filtered masks were used, the workers breathed in the fine dust. It got in the hair and cuts and scratches and in their eyes. I was 19 then, and 20 years later I worried about it. The situation was so acute at Kermagee's first mill on the Navajo Reservation, established at Shiprock in 1953, that after it was abandoned in 1974 inspectors discovered more than $100,000 in uranium dust had settled between 2 layers of roofing. Former workers recalled having been routinely instructed by their supervisors to stir yellow cake by hand in open, steam-heated floor pans. Needless to say, by 1980, those who had been lured into the mills with the promise of a small but steady paycheck during the 1950s and 60s were suffering rates of lung cancer and other serious respiratory illnesses rivaling those of their counterparts in the mines. The greater impact of milling, however, has been upon the broader Dine, Laguna, and Acoma communities. The environmental degradation inflicted by a single mill, the Kermagee plant at Grants, once again, the largest such facility in the world, may equal that of all the shaft mines along the uranium belt combined. At its peak, that monstrosity processed 7,000 tons of ore per day, piling up 23 million tons of tailings in a 100-foot-high mound which covers 265 acres. And this is just one of more than 40 mills operating simultaneously on and around Navajo during the late 70s. Registered a similar situation prevailed at plants established by Kermagee, Ohio Reserve, Bocum Minerals, and several other corporations in the immediate vicinity of Laguna and Acoma. At the Blue Water Mill, 18 miles west of the Laguna Reservation on the western boundary of Acoma, a 30-mile trip by rail from the Jackpile-Pagwit complex, with the raw ore hauled in open gondolas near the bed of the San Jose River, Anaconda has added a 107-acre pond and a 159-acre pile comprising 13,500,000 tons of active tailings and 765,033 tons slough inactive residues. In August 1978, it was discovered that Anaconda, as a means of holding down costs, had made massive use of tailings at Laguna as fill in its improvement of the reservation road network. At the same time, it was revealed that tailings had constituted the sand and gravel mix of concrete with which the corporation had with much fanfare about the civic benefits it was thereby bestowing upon its indigenous partners poured footings for a new tribal council building, community center, and housing complex. All were seriously irradiated as a result, a matter which may well be playing into increasing rates of cancer and birth defects, even among the non-minor sectors of Lagunas. Population *. Probably the worst single example of mill-related contamination occurred on July 16, 1979, at the United Nuclear Plant in Church Rock, New Mexico, when a tailings dam gave way, releasing more than 100 million gallons of highly radioactive water into the nearby Rio Puerco. About 1,700 Dine living downstream were immediately affected, as were their sheep and other livestock, all of whom depended on the river for drinking water. Shortly thereafter, with spill area cattle exhibiting unacceptably high levels of lead-210, polonium-210, thorium-230, radium-236, and similar substances in their tissues, all commercial sales of meat from such animals was indefinitely prohibited. Registered. Even as the ban went into effect, Indian Health Services Area Director William Moeller, rather than calling for allocation of federal funds with which to provide emergency rations to those most directly at risk, approved consumption of the very same mutton and beef by local Dine. Registered. At about the same time, a request by downstream Dine for United Nuclear to provide them with trucked-in water, at least in quantities sufficient to meet the immediate needs of the afflicted human population, was met with flat refusal. The corporation stonewalled for another 5 years until it was revealed by the Southwest Research and Information Center, an Albuquerque-based environmental organization. that it had known about cracks in the dam at least 2 months before it broke and had failed to repair it before agreeing to a minimal, state-facilitated settlement of $525,000 registered by and large. However, it was not outright disasters such as the Church Rock spill, but the huge and rapidly proliferating accumulation of mill tailings throughout the Four Corners region, more than 500 million tons in 200 locations by 1979, an amount projected to double by the end of the century, which provoked a team of Los Alamos experts, utterly at a loss as to what to do with such vast quantities of radioactive waste, to recommend the zoning of uranium mining and milling districts so as to forbid human habitation. The idea dovetailed perfectly with the conclusions drawn in a contemporaneous study undertaken by the National Academy of Sciences, NAS, that desert lands subjected to strip mining can never be reclaimed. Since the Peabody Coal Company, among others, was engaged in ever more massive coal stripping operations on Navajo. The logical outcome of the Los Alamos and NAS studies was formulation of a secret federal policy option declaring the Four Corners, and also the Black Hills region of the Northern Plains * national sacrifice areas in the interests of energy development. ****. Not coincidentally, the pair of locales selected contain the largest and second largest concentrations of reservation-based Indians in North America. Navajo, with over 120,000 residents in 1980, is by far the biggest reservation both in size and in population in the United States. Also sacrificed in the Four Corners region would be at a minimum the Hopi, Zuni, Laguna, Acoma, Isleta, Rama Navajo, Canoncito Navajo, Ute Mountain, and Southern Ute reservations. The 50,000 residents of the Sioux complex of reservations in North and South Dakota, Pine Ridge, Rosebud, Crow Creek, Cheyenne River, and Standing Rock in particular make up the second most substantial concentration. Also sacrificed in the Black Hills region would be the Crow and Northern Cheyenne reservations in Montana, and possibly the Wind River Reservation in Wyoming. As American Indian Movement leader Russell Means would observe in 1980, shortly after existence of the plan had been disclosed, to sacrifice the land base of land-based peoples is tantamount to sacrificing the peoples themselves, a prospect he aptly described as genocide while calling for appropriate modes of resistance. Although a policy of deliberately creating national sacrifice areas out of American Indian reservations was never formally implemented, the indirect effect may well be the same. With wind-blown tailings spread over wide tracts of Navajo ground and surface water alike contaminated with all manner of radioactive substances, and dying children literally using abandoned mounds of tailings as sand piles, it is not unreasonable to suspect that both the land and the people have already been sacrificed on the altar of U.S. Cold War arms development. If so, they and their counterparts at Laguna, Acoma, and elsewhere will have become victims of what may be, to date, history's subtlest form of physical extermination. 4. Weapons research and production. The Los Alamos lab might well have extended its zoning recommendations to include not just uranium mining and milling districts but localities in which nuclear weapons research and production have been carried out, beginning with itself here again, although the sites at which yellow cake is enriched and or transformed into plutonium have been scattered across the country in localities not typically associated with indigenous people. The great weight of contamination in this connection has been offloaded by the dominant society onto Indian country. The extent of radioactive contamination at Los Alamos, which consists, as was noted above, of land withdrawn from the San Ildefonso Reservation in 1942, is astonishing. A half-CE of nuclear weapons research on the 43 square mile campus which adjoins not only San Ildefonso, but the Santa Clara, San Juan, Jemez, and Zia Reservación has produced some 2,400 irradiated pollution sites. A single 1950 experiment in which simulated nuclear devices were exploded in order to track radioactive fallout patterns was not only kept secret for decades, but left strontium residues in nearby Bayo Canyon which remain clearly detectable more than 40 years Later the facility also has a long history of secretly and illegally incinerating irradiated wastes, a practice producing significant atmospheric contamination as was acknowledged by the EPA in 1991. The greatest concentration of hazardous materials in the Los Alamos compound is situated in what is called Area G, which began taking radioactive waste in 1957. Since 1971, 381,000 cubic feet of lab-generated transuranic plutonium-contaminated waste has been stored there. No one knows how much went in before 1971, since records are scanty. Wastes were interred without liners or caps, in bulldozed pits from which they may be presumed to be leaking. This, in combination with the lab's chronic release of radioactive substances into the atmosphere, is thought to be correlated to dramatic increases in cancers and birth defects among local native populations over the past 20 years. Plutonium contamination of surface water has been found downstream at least as far as the Cachiti Reservation, 30 miles away. At present, with a general reorganization/consolidation of U.S. nuclear weapons research and production attending the end of the Cold War, such extraordinarily contaminated sites as Rocky Flats and Hanford have been shut down, and it has been officially suggested that the Loren Livermore labs follow suit. Los Alamos has been slated to assume an even more prominent role. In the new plan, strongly opposed by area Indians, Area G is also slated for considerable expansion, becoming a major dumping ground and waste treatment facility for the entire nuclear weapons 1599 complex. About 60 miles as the crow flies south-southwest of Area G, sandwiched between Albuquerque on the north and the Isleta Reservation to its south, is a large fenced-off compound within the Kirtland Air Force Base. This is the home of the Sandia National Scientific Laboratories, a facility second in importance only to Los Alamos in terms of U.S. nuclear weapons research. The civilian scientists, engineers, and technicians at Sandia are mostly responsible for the weaponization of nuclear bombs, which means they design all the peripheral parts and components that detonate a warhead, and they figure out how to put the guts into delivery packages, bodies that can be dropped, shot through the water, or whatever the military orders. Because Kirtland itself has long functioned as the largest single storage site for nuclear weapons in the world, maintaining an inventory of over 1,000 devices in a vault hollowed out of Manzano Mountain, it is difficult to establish with precision which pollutants accrue from the base and which come from the lab. Registered. What is known with certainty is that the Rio Grande, which flows along the western boundary of the Kirtland/Sandia complex and provides surface water to Isleta, is contaminated with plutonium and a range of other radioactive substances. In 1991, Sandia entered a request more by way of a notification to the city BF Albuquerque that it wished to increase the amounts and types of such materials it was already dumping through municipal sewers into the Rio Grande. A similar though far more extravagant example is that of the Hanford Nuclear Weapons Research and Manufacturing Facility, a sprawling tract adjoining the town of Richland, about 30 miles upwind/upstream from the Yakima Reservation in western Washington. Opened by the military in 1944, and subsequently operated by the AEC/DOE until its closure in mid-1990, Hanford possessed one of the two U.S. breeder reactors producing plutonium for weapons manufacture. Despite frequent official denials that it presented any sort of public health hazard during the span of its operation, the complex exhibits an unparalleled record of deliberate environmental contamination, beginning with a secret experimental release of radioactive iodides in 1945. 321. The first of a long series, which equaled or surpassed the total quantity of pollutants emitted during the disastrous 1986 Soviet reactor meltdown at Chernobyl. Also in 1945, Hanford officials secretly instructed staff to begin disposing of irradiated effluents by the simple expedient of pouring them into unlined sumps from which they leached into the underlying aquifer. All told, before the plant was closed, something in excess of 440 billion gallons of water laced with everything from plutonium to tritium to ruthenium had been dumped in this cost-efficient manner. Another 900,000 gallons of even more highly radioactive fluids were stored in a 117-unit underground tank farm maintained under contract by ARCO, several components of which were found to be leaking badly. Not only has regional groundwater been severely contaminated, but wastes have been found to have passed into the nearby Columbia River in quantities sufficient to irradiate shellfish at the river's mouth, more than 200 miles distant. Not only has the Hanford plant been discharging and leaking radiation into the river for 45 years, but serious accidents have occurred at the reactors. One could perhaps excuse the accidental release of radiation if not its cover-up, but on several occasions huge clouds of isotopes were created knowingly and willingly. In December 1952, to provide another example, about 7,800 curies of radioactive iodine-131 were deliberately and secretly released in an experiment designed to detect military reactors in the Soviet Union. Only 15 to 24 curies of iodine-131 escaped at 3 Mile Island in 1979. The true extent of the ecological holocaust perpetrated at and around Hanford is unknown, and is likely to remain so over the foreseeable future, given that most information about the facility is permanently sealed as a matter of national security, and DOE/Pentagon/corporate officials claim to have lost much of what is supposedly accessible. Such information as has come out, however, tends to speak for itself. Abnormally high incidence of thyroid tumors and cancers have been observed in populations living downstream from Hanford. People in adjacent neighborhoods, notably the Yakimas and nearby Spokanes, were kept uninformed about radioactive releases before, during and after, and none were warned that they were at risk for subsequent development of cancer. Some experts have estimated that downwind farms and families received radiation doses 10 times higher than those that reached Soviet people living near Chernobyl in 1986. In sum, the probability is that Los Alamos, Sandia, Hanford, and their surrounding areas should be added to the extensive geographical sacrifices already discussed with respect to uranium mining and milling. To the extent that this is true, and it is almost certainly the case at Hanford, several more colonized indigenous nations must be added to the roster of those peoples whose sacrifice is deemed necessary, useful, or at least acceptable, in the interests of U.S. nuclear development. Nowhere is the intrinsic falsity of the myth that pure scientific research is somehow neutral or detached more conspicuously evident. In this instance at least, without the sacrifices in lands and lives there could be no science at all. Weapons testing. Nuclear weapons and their delivery systems, once designed and constructed, must be tested. The first illustration of this principle at work was, of course, Trinity, not only the Alamogordo blast, but perhaps those at Hiroshima and Nagasaki as well, a set of experiences confirming in the minds of U.S. planners and strategists the need for vast tracts of remote and worthless territory for use in such activities. Registered probably the most immediate result was an expansion of the original Alamogordo bombing range by something over 1,000%, until by 1950 it had assumed its present 4,000 square mile incarnation as the White Sands Test Range, a scale making it the largest single military use parcel in North America and most likely the world. Although no atomic devices were detonated at White Sands after the original 1945 blast, the limited amount of U.S. post-war nuclear testing was conducted in one of America's newly acquired Pacific colonies, the Marshall Islands, a process which accelerated after 1950 and continued for another 8 years. The compound's expanse of desert terrain has been ravaged over the years by gigantic expenditures of other ordnance, much of it capable of packing a nuclear warhead. White Sands is used for everything from full-scale battle practice with real jet planes and missiles powered by remote control from the basement of the Range Control Center to the development and testing of top-secret lasers like Miracle, mid-infrared advanced chemical laser, capable of hitting satellites. White Sands averages more than 20 missions a day. Electronic warfare is played here, and the Patriot missile was tested here, as well as conventional explosives that can simulate the blast of a nuclear explosion. The Army's Nuclear Effects Directorate also maintains, in the southwest corner of White Sands, a 45 × 100 feet solar furnace capable of duplicating, in thermal bursts, the 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit temperatures resulting from a nuclear detonation. For the past quarter century, A large area within the test range has been devoted more or less exclusively to experimenting with various types of depleted uranium munitions, which has literally saturated its sandy surface with radioactive particles. The Mescaletero Apache Reservation, barely a dozen miles downwind at its closest point, has undoubtedly suffered the wind-blown contamination emanating from 1,1T white sands over the years, although the effects are presently unknown. While it was determined, on the basis of criteria which remain classified, that it would be inappropriate to engage in more extensive nuclear weapons testing at White Sands, the search for a more suitable continental locale began as early as 1948. 2 years later, the AEC/Pentagon combo finally settled on an existing tract in the Upper Sonoran Desert region of Nevada, an area which it had already decided really wasn't much good for anything but gunnery practice. You could bomb it into oblivion and never notice the difference. On October 29, 1940, President Roosevelt established the Las Vegas Tonopah Bombing and Gunnery Range. Now called the Nellis Range, it is the largest military range in the Western world. Standing alone, White Sands is larger. Executive Order 8578 established the range under an obscure legal authority that provided for allowing the President to reserve unappropriated public domain lands for aviation fields for testing and experimental work. The original executive order reserved 3.5 million acres on the range. Of course, nobody bothered to ask the new, Western Shoshone, people, within whose treaty-guaranteed territory the entire facility was established, whether they felt this was an acceptable use of their land, or whether they were even willing to have it designated as part of the U.S. public domain for any purpose. Instead, in 1952, having designated 435,000 acres in the Yucca Flats area of Nellis as a Nevada test site, another 318,000 acres were added in 1961, bringing the total to 753,000. The AEC and its military partners undertook the first of what by now add up to nearly 1,000 atmospheric and underground test detonations. In the process, it converted the peaceful and pastoral News, who had never engaged in an armed conflict with the United States, into the most bombed nation on Earth. The deadly atomic sunburst over Hiroshima, in 1945, produced 13 kilotons of murderous heat and radioactive fallout. At least 27 of the 96 above-ground bombs detonated between 1951 and 1958 at the Nevada test site produced a total of over 620 kilotons of radioactive debris that fell on downwind Earths. The radioactive isotopes mixed with the scooped-up rocks and earth of the southwestern desert lands and lay down a swath of radioactive fallout over Utah, Arizona, and Nevada. In light of the fact that scientific research has now confirmed that any radiation exposure is danger, us, the virtual inhabitants, more than 100,000 people, residing in the small towns east and south of the test site were placed in jeopardy by the AEC atomic test program, emphasis added. To be sure, those most affected by the estimated 12 billion curies of radioactivity released into the atmosphere over the past 45 years have been the native communities scattered along the periphery of Nellis. These include not only 3 new reservations, Duckwater, Yamba, and Timbisha, but the Las Vegas Paiute Colony and the Pahrump Paiute, Goshute, and Mopa reservations as well. Their circumstances have been greatly compounded by the approximately 900 underground test detonations which have, in a region where surface water sources are all but non-existent, resulted in contamination of groundwater with plutonium, tritium, and other radioactive substances at levels up to 3,000 times maximum safe limits. Although the government has been steadfast in its refusal to conduct relevant epidemiology studies in Nevada, especially with respect to indigenous peoples, it has been credibly estimated that several hundred people had already died of radiation-induced cancers by 1981. The situation concerning birth defects and infant mortality in the area has also been kept deliberately murky, although the hideous aftermath of U.S. testing in the Marshall Islands may give hints as to what can be expected, or may already have occurred in some isolated desert communities. Certainly, None of these effects could have been surprising or mysterious to federal officials, even in the 1950s and 60s, given that the data predicting them had been available to the AEC and systematically suppressed since 1947, years before massive weapons testing was begun. Plus, rather than admit to any aspect of what it was doing, the military simply gobbled up increasingly gigantic chunks of new land, pushing everyone off and creating ever larger security areas that rendered its activities less and less susceptible to any sort of genuine public scrutiny. Military ranges in Nevada alone amount to 4 million acres. Approximately 40% of Nevada's airspace is designated for military use. Degree across the state line in California, it is separated from the gargantuan sprawl of military facilities in Nevada only by the width of the interposed Death Valley National Monument. Lies the million-acre China Lake Naval Weapons Center. Butted up against the Army's estate at Fort Irwin, 1 million acres, and close to both Edwards Air Force Base, 500,000 acres, and the Marine Corps Base at 29 Palms, 800,000 acres, China Lake uses its share of the Mojave Desert in the same manner as White Sands, only more so. Established in November 1943 and expanded steadily thereafter, it was crediting itself by 1968 with being the location in which over 75% of the airborne weapons of the free world and 40% of the world's conventional weapons had been tested and perfected. As in Nevada, local indigenous communities, both new and Paiute, have been pushed out while their lands, including sacred sites, have been bombed, strafed, and shelled relentlessly for more than 50 years. Probably the only concession made to native peoples in the region during this entire period has been that the 3 largest nuclear devices ever detonated underground, culminating in a monstrous 5-megaton blast in 1971, were exploded, not at the Nevada test site, but on Amchitka Island, off Alaska. The reason for this change in procedure had nothing to do with concern for the well-being of humans, however. Rather, it was brought on by fears among AEC officials that the shock waves from such large blasts might cause serious damage to casinos and other expensive buildings in downtown Las Vegas, thereby provoking a backlash from segments of the regional business community. Hence, the brunt of the environmental/biological consequences wrought by the 3 biggest bangs was shifted from the Indians of Nevada to the Aleuts, Inuits, and other peoples indigenous to the Aleutian archipelago. AEC preoccupation with business sensibilities also led to one of the more bizarre propositions to emerge from the Atoms for Peace syndrome. This assumed the form of Operation Plowshare, a grandiose scheme to detonate thousands of bombs underground, and more than a few in the atmosphere, for commercial/strategic purposes. Ideas included a 1966 plan for using 315 megatons of nuclear explosives to cut a wider and deeper canal, either through Panama or the adjoining portion of Colombia. 6 years and $17 million were spent trying to figure out which was preferable, and the 1967-68 Project Catch, in which it was calculated that the use of something over 1,000 devices would be sufficient to create a national storage vault beneath central Pennsylvania. Several subsurface blasts, designed to free up natural gas deposits while carving out huge underground vaults in which to store it, actually occurred. The first of a projected 40,000 such detonations, Project Gas Buggy, was carried out on December 10, 1967, just outside the largely dying community of Farmington, New Mexico. What gas was released was radioactive and unusable, and attempts to circumvent the problem resulted in substantial atmospheric contamination. Nonetheless, the AEC followed up in 1969 with Project Rulison, the simultaneous detonation of 3 buried devices near the town of Rifle, Colorado. Although the resulting trickle of gas was again too radioactive to use, the AEC went ahead, in 1974, with Project Rio Blanco, exploding a 50-kiloton bomb about a mile below the nearby Grand River Valley. Failure this time was complete. The military value of such off-the-books testing must have been great, since during the same period the AEC, while spending some $138 million in tax dollars to produce an estimated $20 to $30 million in unusable gas for private oil corporations, Also carried out similar exercises in the Carlsbad Caverns area of New Mexico, just east of the Mescalero Reservation, another outside the town of Fallon, Utah, another in an unpopulated area of central Nevada, and 2 more near the city of Hattiesburg, Mississippi. It is likely that such operations would have continued indefinitely had not information concerning the accidental 1970 venting of Bainbury the small, 10 kiloton, device was buried 271 meters deep, but STU ruptured the Earth's surface and threw up a cloud of radioactive debris about 3 kilometers above the Nevada test site, produced enough frightened public reaction to force Can. 331. Gelation of the project plainly, irradiating the entirety of New Segovia was one thing in the minds of American citizens, the prospect of allowing comparable contamination of New York or New Jersey was another. Exactly how large an area has been sacrificed to nuclear testing and related activities is unclear, but it most certainly includes the bulk of southern Nevada and contiguous portions of California. Indications are that it may encompass northern Nevada as well, given the insistence of Reagan-era Defense Secretary Caspar Weinberger, selected for this position, appropriately enough, on the basis of his credentials as a senior vice president of the Bechtel Corporation, the second largest U.S. nuclear engineering contractor, that the rail-mounted MX missile system should be sited there, a move which would have effectively precluded human habitation. Given prevailing wind patterns, the sacrifice area likely encompasses northwestern Arizona as well, including 3 indigenous nations, Hualapai, Havasupai, and the Kaibab Reservation located there. Also at issue are the more westerly reaches of Utah, a region which includes the small Goshute and Skull Valley reservations, in addition to another huge complex of military bases and proving grounds. Waste disposal. Plutonium, an inevitable byproduct of reactors and the essential ingredient in nearly all nuclear weapons, has been aptly described as being the most toxic substances in the universe. Only 10 micrograms, a microscopic quantity, is an amount almost certain to induce cancer, and several grams, dispersed in a ventilation system, are enough to cause the death of thousands. Indeed, it has been estimated that a single pound of plutonium, if evenly distributed throughout the Earth's atmosphere, would be sufficient to kill every human being on the planet. Viewed from this perspective, the quantity of this material created by the United States during the course of its arms race with the Soviet Union as of 1989, the United States had amassed some 21,000 nuclear weapons, is virtually incomprehensible. By 1995, military weapons-grade plutonium, in the form of active and dismantled bombs, amounted to 270 metric tons. The commercial stockpile of plutonium in nuclear reactor wastes and isoles from spent fuel amounts to 930 metric tons and will double to 2,130 tons by 2005. Only 10 years from now, every 4 or 5 years, we're now making about as much plutonium in the civil sector as we did during the whole Cold War. And this is only plutonium. Fission reactors create 80 radionuclides that are releasing ionizing radiation, which causes harm to human beings in the form of genetic mutations, cancer, and birth defects. Leaving aside the proliferation of commercial reactors and other such facilities, as well as the mining and milling zones, there are 132 sites in 30 states where one or another facet of nuclear weapons production has left radioactive contamination. The DOE currently estimates that it will cost about $500 billion to return these to habitable condition, an absurdly low figure when it is considered that the department admits elsewhere that neither concepts nor technologies presently exist with which even to begin cleaning up large contaminated river systems like the Columbia, Clinch, and Savannah rivers, most groundwater and nuclear test areas on the Nevada test site. Happy face, it is also conceded that there is no known method of actually disposing of, i.e., decontaminating plutonium and other radioactive wastes after they've been cleaned from the broader environment. Happy face, instead, such materials, once collected, can only be sealed under the dubious premise that they can be somehow safely stored for the next 250,000 years. The sheer volume is staggering, Hanford alone stores 8,200,000 cubic feet of high-level waste and 500,000 cubic feet of transuranic waste. Hanford buried 18 million cubic feet of low-level waste and 3,900,000 cubic feet of transuranic waste. And, daunting as they are, these numbers associated exclusively with weapons production, and commercial reactors don't begin to include THB millions of tons of accumulated mill tailings and similar byproducts of front-end nuclear processing. Such facilities as now exist to accommodate warhead and reactor wastes at Hanford, Los Alamos, Rocky Flats, Idaho Falls, Oak Ridge, Savannah River, Paducah, New York's West Valley, and elsewhere are all temporary installations designed to last a century or less, even under ideal sets of conditions, which seem never to prevail. The steadily escalating rate of waste proliferation has led to the burning of plutonium and other substances, a practice which certainly reduces the bulk of the offending materials, but also risks sending clouds of radioactivity into the atmosphere, and an increasingly urgent quest for safer interim facilities, called monitored retrievable storage, MRS, sites, and permanent repositories into which their contents could eventually be moved. Here, as always, emphasis has been on offloading the problem onto captive indigenous nations. The reason, predictably enough, is that despite a chorus of official assurances that neither an MRS nor a repository would present a health hazard, the precise opposite is true. Dr. John Goffman, a truly pioneering bionuclear scientist, has calculated that if only 0.01% of the plutonium now in need of storage were to escape into the environment, a record of efficiency never remotely approximated by the nuclear establishment in either its public or private guise, up to 25 million people could be expected to die of resulting cancers over the following half-century. Those most proximate to any dump site can of course expect to suffer the worst impact. Consequently, only one county in the United States has proven amenable to accepting an MRS within its boundaries, and its willingness to do so was quickly overridden by the state. Federal pitchmen have therefore concentrated all but exclusively on convincing native governments which, whenever it's convenient for U.S. authorities, are considered exempt from state and local jurisdiction, to accept the dumps. As longtime indigenous rights activist Grace Thorpe has observed, the U.S. government targeted Native Americans for several reasons. Their lands are some of the most isolated in North America, they are some of the most impoverished and, consequently, most politically vulnerable citizens, and, perhaps most important, tribal sovereignty can be used to bypass state environmental laws. How ironic that, after centuries of attempting to destroy it, the U.S. government is suddenly interested in promoting Native American sovereignty just to dump its lethal garbage. There can be little doubt that during the early 90s DOE negotiators played heavily upon the colonially imposed destitution of indigenous peoples in peddling their wares. 16 tribes initially applied for $100,000 grants from DOE to study the MRS option on native lands. The lucrative DOE offer included up to $3 million to actually identify a site for an MRS, and as much as $5 million per year for any tribe to accept the deal. The government also offered to build roads, hospitals, schools, railroads, airports, and recreation facilities, most of which the Indians should have been receiving anyway. Another $100,000 was passed along in 1992 to the federally oriented National Congress of American Indians, NCAI, to garner its assistance in selling the proposition to its constituents, while a whopping $1.2 million, 80% of the DOE's budget for such purposes, was lavished on the Council of Energy Resource Tribes, CERT, an entity created for the sole purpose of brokering native mineral rights. Despite the best efforts of both organizations, CERT in particular went beyond the MRS concept. To promote acceptance of a repository at Hanford by the Yakimas, Nez Perce, and Umatillas, the campaign was largely a failure. By 1995, only 3 reservations, Mescalero, Skull Valley, and Ft. McDermott in northern Nevada, indicated any willingness to accept a dump, regardless of the material incentives offered. The reasoning which led to this result is instructive. At Skull Valley, The feeling expressed by many residents is that they and their land may already have been sacrificed, in part to radiation blown in over the years from the not far distant Nevada test site, in part to a host of nuclear, chemical, and bacteriological contaminants emanating from military bases closer to home. Even the specific area committed as an MRS site has long been leased to several corporations as a rocket testing range. As tribal member Leon Bear observes, people need to understand that this whole area has already been deemed a waste zone by the federal government, the state of Utah, and the country. Tooele Depot, a military site, stores 40% of the nation's nerve gas and other hazardous gas only 40 miles away from us. Dugway Proving Grounds is only 14 miles away, and it experiments with viruses like plague and tuberculosis. Within a 40-mile radius there are 3 hazardous waste dumps and a low-level radioactive waste dump. From all directions, north, south, east, and west we're surrounded by the waste of Tooele County, the state of Utah, and U.S. Society. Carrot. The sentiment at Skull Valley, that it is better to at least charge for one's demise than endure the suffering for free, is shared by an appreciable segment of the Mescalero population. As one reservation resident noted, the feeling of many people is that since they are getting impacted by nuclear waste anyway, they should have a chance to benefit economically. Or, as another put it, the federal government has forced us to choose between being environmentally conscious and starving. More important than subsidies, however, may be the fact that many mescaleros are now experiencing an overwhelming sense of hopelessness, based in the knowledge that not only are they just downwind from White Sands, but that over their strong objections the first U.S. nuclear repository has been sited in the Carlsbad Caverns area, immediately to their east. This is the so-called Waste Isolation Pilot Plant, WIP, a plant to store virtually all military transuranics produced after 1970. 57. 359 cubic meters of it in a subsurface salt bed already scored by one of Operation Plowshare's underground nuclear detonations. It now appears that the deep salt beds below Carlsbad are not so dry as was once believed by the National Academy of Sciences, a matter which could lead to the corrosion of the storage canisters in which the repository's plutonium is to be contained and correspondingly massive contamination of the underlying Rustler aquifer. Serious questions have also arisen as to whether the mass of materials stored in such close quarters after accommodating its present allocation of transuranics, the WIP will still retain some 70% of ICS space availability to meet future requirements. Official shorthand for continuing nuclear weapons production might not go critical and thereby set off an incalculably large atomic explosion. Nevertheless, Secretary of Energy Hazel O'Leary has announced unequivocally that the facility will open in 1998. Even worse problems are evident at Yucca Mountain, located on the southwestern boundary of the Nevada test site, where a $15 billion repository to accommodate 70,000 tons of mostly civilian high-level waste is being imposed on the long-suffering News and Western Paiutes. Not only is spontaneous detonation just as much a threat as at the WIP, but Yucca Mountain, located in a volcanically active region, is undercut by no less than 32 geological fault lines. Needless to say, no amount of engineering brilliance can ensure the repository's contents will remain undisturbed through 250,000 years of earthquakes interspersed with volcanic eruptions. Once again, however, the project is being moved forward as rapidly as possible. As if this were not enough, it was announced in 1993 by the Southwestern Compact, a consortium of state governments, that it had decided to keep the option of siting a huge low-level waste dump in the Mojave Desert's Ward Valley, near the small town of Needles on the California/Arizona boundary. Envisioned as being large enough to accept the contents of all 6 existing and failed low-level facilities in the United States with room to spare for the next 30 years, the proposed site is less than 18 miles from the Colorado River and directly above an aquifer. It is also very close to the Fort Mojave, Kemehuevi Valley, and Colorado River Indian tribes reservations, and upstream from those of the Cacopas and Quechones around Yuma, Arizona. Taken as a whole, the pattern of using deserts as dumps which has emerged in nuclear waste disposal practices over the past decade serves to confirm suspicions, already well founded, that creation of sacrificial geographies within the United States has been an integral aspect of Cold War policies and planning for nearly 50 years. In many ways, the siting of repositories in particular, since they are explicitly intended to remain in place forever, may be seen as a sort of capstone gesture. In this regard, and, to be sure, the collateral genocide of those indigenous peoples whose lands lie within the boundaries of the sacrifice zones, nations whose ultimate negation has always been implicitly bound up in the very nature and depth of 163. Their colonization, is thus, finally and irrevocably, to be consummated. Heeding the miner's canary. Felix Cohen, widely considered to have been the leading authority on federal Indian law, once likened the function of indigenous peoples in the United States to that of a miner's canary. As the bird did for the miner, he wrote, Indians have been made to serve as an early warning device of impending danger for the dominant society. By using native people essentially as guinea pigs for experiments in socio-economic and political engineering, federal policymakers have been able to assess the relative degrees of efficacy and consequence attending implementation of their ideas. Based upon these results, the government can tune its programs, enhancing effectiveness and reducing at least the appearance of likely costs to acceptable levels before exporting them to the broader U.S. society. In some cases, where the effects of policies have been found to be unexpectedly unredeeming or counterproductive when applied to Indians, programmatic export has been avoided altogether, thereby sparing mainstream America the pain of experiencing such things for itself. 340. At another level, which Cohen does not address, techniques of domination have been consistently field-tested in native North America, a matter allowing their refinement before they are introduced into other settings both at home and abroad. At still another, America's internal colonies have been used throughout the second half of the 20th century, and increasingly so, as laboratories in which the impacts of certain scientific industrial enterprises could be evaluated and perhaps modified prior to their replication outside reservation boundaries. Beyond that, Indian country has served as a convenient locale in which to place those sectors of the research, development, and production processes which simply cannot be sufficiently sanitized to be practicable elsewhere. So it was meant to be with the radioactive colonization of Western reservations during the Cold War. They and their occupants were intended to absorb the irremediably dirty parts of the nuclear process from mining to dumping, while elite sectors of the colonizing society reaped the profits of military/technical ascendancy, with the broader population narcotized by illusions of sharing in this supremacy, as well as the promised benefits of an energy source which was to be cheap, clean, quiet, and endlessly available for their consumption. So long as only the canary died, all was considered to be well. Planners and technicians were presumed to learn thereby what not to do, or at least how not to do it, in more important locales, among more significant concentrations of population. Had it actually worked that way, the unfortunate fact is that most of America would have remained content. The problem, of course, is that it didn't work that way. The marvelously engineered reactors, all 128 of them, invariably leaked radiation like sieves, as did the research labs and increasingly high-tech production facility. Strontium-90 laden fallout from atmospheric bomb testing and the occasional venting of an underground blast failed to confine itself to the remote areas in which most detonations occurred, spreading out rapidly, globally, and with utter unpredictability, to turn faraway places like Albany, New York, into radioactive hotspots. It was discovered, moreover, that the lethal filth which was supposed to remain confined to the colonies couldn't be. Wind-blown tailings particles are unaware that they are supposed to quit when they reach a reservation boundary. Irradiated surface water does not know it's supposed to stop flowing downstream before reaching a non-Indian community. The radioactive content of groundwater has yet to be informed that it must concentrate itself exclusively beneath the wellheads of indigenous people. The most obvious result is that, as cancer rates, birth defects, and the like have spiraled out of control at Navajo, Laguna, and other reservations on which the worst impacts of the nuclear process were supposed to have been contained, the same maladies have grown dramatically, albeit to a lesser extent, among the general population. Cancers of all types have increased among American males by 18.6% since 1975, 12.4% among women. The percentage of underweight live births rose by over 40% in New York State between 1945 and 1965, as strontium-90 seeped into human bone from atmospheric abuse. Statistician Jay Gould charts an epidemic rise in cancer and leukemia during the 50s in children aged 5 to 9. By 1980, they were hit by a wave of immune deficiency diseases never before experienced by this age group, a timing which corresponds with the epidemic rise of AIDS among adults. He also documents the impact of radiation on residents of nuclear counties, the 1,319 counties in proximity to one of the more than 100 civilian and military nuclear reactors in the United States. The results are alarming. See SARE. AIDS, various birth defects and chronic fatigue syndrome occur much more frequently in irradiated areas than elsewhere. As compared with every county in the nation, 55 of 60 reactor sites had a significantly elevated current breast cancer rate that cannot be explained by chance or genetics. By 1970, such problems had already become so acute that John Goffman and his colleague Arthur Tamplin were describing what was happening, particularly what they saw as an unstated but very conscious official effort to vector the bulk of the effects into poor communities' population control through nuclear pollution. It was this understanding, too, which led Goffman a decade later, because of the nature of his earlier work with atomic energy, to publicly pronounce both himself and the institutions in which he had worked guilty of crimes against humanity. People like myself and a lot of the atomic energy scientists of the late 50s deserve Nuremberg trials. At Nuremberg we said that those who participate in human experimentation are committing a crime. Scientists like myself who said in 1957, maybe Linus Pauling is right about radiation causing cancer, but we really don't know, and therefore we shouldn't stop progress, we're saying in essence it's all right to experiment. But once you know that your nuclear power plants are going to release radioactivity, and kill a certain number of people, you are no longer committing the crime of experimentation, you are committing a higher crime. Scientists who support these nuclear plants knowing the effects of radiation don't deserve trials for experimentation, they deserve trials for murder. Theoretically, the impetus leading to all this, the Cold War, ended with the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989. The goals and objectives outlined in NSC 68 were at that point completely fulfilled. Yet the structural imperatives created by the process, fully a third of the U.S. economy was geared to supporting the military by 1980, and more than half the country's scientific community was harnessed to nuclear research in one form or another, and the mentality it had generated among elites virtually guaranteed a continuation of what one analyst has referred to as plutonium culture. Indeed, there were strong indications that the nuclear establishment, in both its military and civilian configurations, was preparing to enter a whole new growth phase during the immediate post-Cold War period. For starters, in 1991 President George Bush advanced a national energy strategy of constructing several hundred new reactors over 343 years, with an anticipated cost of somewhere between $390 billion and $1.3 trillion. Coupled to this announcement, a mass media advertising blitz was undertaken by the nuclear industry's Big Four, the Westinghouse, Babcock and Wilcox, Bechtel, and combustion engineering corporations, featuring a 40-ish looking female yuppie purporting to have been an anti-nuclear activist in college who had since grown up. She warmly endorsed a vast expansion of atomic power generation as the safe alternative for her baby daughter. Meanwhile, an ongoing avalanche of extraordinarily dubious, officially endorsed, and massively reported epidemiology studies was initiated, which has diverted the onus of the country's mounting cancer epidemic and, most recently, responsibility for birth defects as well further and further away from the systemically crucial nuclear establishment and onto the relatively marginal tobacco industry. 344. The drive to build new reactors was curtailed, at least temporarily, by Bush's electoral defeat at the hands of challenger Bill Clinton in 1992. The latter, however, after a brief moratorium has allowed the resumption of limited weapons testing, especially with regard to neutron devices. **** Consideration is also being given to reopening not only the Jackpile mine at Laguna, but at least some operations on Navajo, Wind River, and Spokane. Additionally, there has been discussion of entirely new extraction and LNG facilities being established as economic stimulants on the Hualapai, Havasupai, Light Mountain, Kahonkito Navajo, Zuni, Acoma, Zia, and Jemez reservations in Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico. Even if these plans don't bear fruit in the immediate future, their very existence gives ample indication that the genocidal political economy of radioactive colonialism has by no means run its course on American Indian reservations in the United States. Most likely, their delay would indicate only that it remains cheaper for U.S. corporations to acquire yellowcake from Canada, their new NAFTA trading partner to the north, which has itself been engaged in an increasingly intensive plundering of uranium from native lands around Clough, Key, and Wollaston Lakes in northern Saskatchewan. The region has the advantage not only of being more remote from centers of non-Indian population than anything the United States has to offer, but of possessing what is far and away the world's richest known uranium deposit, at Cigar Lake Carrot. In days gone by, when a real miner's canary began to show signs of distress, its owners could immediately abandon it to its fate, themselves scurrying to safety at the mouth of the mine. The cynically analogous use of indigenous nations in the context of nuclear proliferation is unworkable. As should by now be apparent, in this case there is quite simply nowhere safe to run. Rather than serving as an early warning of avoidable danger, then, the fate of radioactively colonized native peoples, whether concentrated in the Grants uranium belt or scattered across the upper reaches of Saskatchewan, around the Nevada test site or far out in the northern Pacific, should be seen merely as a prefiguration of what will happen, indeed, is happening to everyone else. The chickens, as Malcolm X once put it with typically eloquent bluntness, have truly come home to roost. Reversing the Cold War legacy. It may be, as Dr. Rosalie Berthoud worried more than 15 years ago, that it is already too late, that Cold War and profit-generated nuclear contamination is already so ubiquitous as to have instigated an irreversible process of human extinction, species suicide. On the other hand, as J. M. Gould has more recently suggested, it may be that although it is now very late in the game, there is still hope. The outcome is not yet conclusively determined. Certainly, the marvelously complex organism we call Earth possesses recuperative powers unfathomed and perhaps unfathomable within the arrogant heritage of Western science. Left to its own devices, it is entirely possible that the planet itself can begin to contain that which America's most accomplished engineers cannot, thus rehabilitating to some extent the global ecosystem upon which they and we are equally dependent for survival. The buck can be passed to the Earth in this regard, however, no more than the impacts of nuclear contamination can be neatly displaced onto the internal colonies of native North America. People are integral to, not something apart from, the planetary ecology. A certain range of responsibilities thus inhere in us, the shirking of which has led us inerringly to our present circumstance. There is no way out of it, only a conscious and unswerving, assumption of these responsibilities by the great mass of humanity can favorably alter the situation in which we now find ourselves. The alternative is a not so distant extinction, not just of humans, but more likely of all higher vertebrate species. As we within the framework of this discussion, the nature of our responsibilities is not mysterious. It does not devolve upon the cleanup of what has 346 already been done. Rather, it concerns prevention of any further proliferation of radioactive contaminants in the environment. This means that we must, both individually and collectively, devise ways and means of preventing even one of George Bush's hundreds of new reactors from being built. Registered. We must find ways to actually stop the testing and production, not only of ever more sophisticated nuclear weapons, but of depleted uranium ammunition and comparable military scientific innovations. The same holds true for the civil society's technological counterparts, from plutonium-powered pacemakers to neutron-driven spacecraft. This will be neither easy nor painless. Among the many negative attributes of the U.S. Cold War drive to realize itself as a full-fledged national security state has been a quintupling of the proportionate level of post-power available to the government for purposes of ensuring that the citizenry does not interfere in any meaningful way with the functioning of the military corporate status quo. More to the point, in some ways, the energy corporations themselves have been authorized to form autonomous security forces of their own. In addition to the 110,000 federal and 554,000 state and local post personnel now at large in America, the society is infested with more than 1.5 million private cops, all of them armed and provided the power of arrest, tied together by an unprecedentedly sophisticated and continuously evolving web of electronic files and communications, and feeding the world's largest and steadily burgeoning prison system. Plainly, the nuclear establishment has organized itself quite well to prevent any genuine disruption of business as usual. Under such conditions, a dispersal of oppositional energy and resources across a broad front, combating the symptomologies of nuclear technology rather than the figuratively physiological cause of the disease, would prove disastrously self-defeating. A common focus or point of attack is clearly necessary if anything constructive is to be accomplished. In this connection, simple logic dictates, as it always did, if anyone outside the reservations had bothered to look at things honestly, that the crux of any strategy to halt the nuclear process is at its front end, in the mining and milling zones. If the nuclear establishment can't get uranium ore out of the ground, it cannot be milled into yellow cake. Without yellow cake, there can be no production of plutonium or uranium-235 registered. Without these ingredients, both reactors and nuclear weapons are impossible to make. Hence, no future testing or release of a witch's cauldron of radioactive waste byproducts from production and reactor sites. It follows, too, that the matter of waste containment becomes self-addressing, at least in the sense that it can be construed as something fixed rather than as a continuously growing phenomenon. The essential question at hand can thus be reduced to how we might most effectively begin choking off the flow of uranium at its source. Here, another logical sequence presents itself. Since the preponderance of uranium mining in North America has occurred, is occurring, and is projected to continue occurring within native territories, and since this has been possible primarily, or even entirely, because of the system of internal colonial domination which has been imposed upon indigenous nations, it is difficult to avoid the conclusion that decolonization of these same nations/territories offers the key to resolving the entire nuclear dilemma. Registered with native people restored to control over our own lands, lives, and politico-economic destinies, the survivability of the nuclear establishment is nil, an equation which holds as true in Canada or in Namibia, Australia, India, China, the former Soviet Union, or anywhere else as it does in the United States. To accomplish such a task will require concentration and true clarity of vision. We cannot afford to allow ourselves the distraction of such diversionary silliness as officially sponsored anti-smoking crusades, or to be deluded into believing that oxymoronic fantasies like Vice President A1 Gore's notion of sustainable development can do anything but make matters worse than they already are. If the decolonization of native North America is to be accomplished as it must be, if there is to be a sustainable future for anyone anywhere, it will require every bit of effort, attention, and willingness to absorb punishment that any and all of us can muster, for as long as it takes, until it is done. Then, and only then, can we reasonably expect to be able to ascertain the extent and type of contamination we suffer, chart the boundaries of sacrifice areas with some degree of accuracy, devise methods of neutralizing or encapsulating the toxins which permeate our remaining habitable environments, discover truly sustainable modes of economy, and reorganize our long-term relations with one another in a manner which is itself balanced and sustainable. In taking the liberation of the first American as our first priority, we place all of this within our collective grasp, not only because we finally stop the nukes, but because we will have at long last reversed the polarities of human relations, and the relationship of humanity to the natural order which gave rise to the nukes in the first place. No less total a transformation of consciousness and practice is required if we are to draw back from the abyss which is so rapidly opening beneath our feet. As the Suquamish leader South, Seattle, reflected in 1854, at a similarly profound juncture in his own people's history, tribe follows tribe, and nation follows nation, like the waves of the sea. Your time of decay may be distant, but it must surely come, for even the white man whose God walked with him and talked with him as friend to friend, cannot be exempt from the common destiny. We may be brothers after all. We shall see. If so, it will be possible to say that the Cold War, its antecedent mentalities, and its legacy have been put behind us, once and for all. We can join hands as relatives, heal our mutual wounds, and go forward together as nations of people bound to one another by the reciprocity of our dignity and respect. Are such things possible? In the end, we can only believe that they are and struggle with all our beings to attain them. Our future generations demand no less. 349. The United States and the Genocide Convention, a whole century of obfuscation and obstruction. It is clear that the Genocide Convention is a moral document. It is a call for a higher standard of human conduct. It is not a panacea for injustice, but it is an important step toward civilizing the affairs of nations. Senator William Proxmire. Any of the earliest matters taken up by the United Nations after its 1945 founding convention in San Francisco was the sponsoring of an international legal instrument to punish and prevent the crime of genocide. In General Assembly Resolution 96, 1, passed unanimously and without debate on December 11, 1946, the UN made it clear that, although it may have been prompted to act with urgency because of what had been revealed during the recently concluded trials of the major Nazi war criminals at Nuremberg, it was more broadly motivated in pursuing the issue. Many instances of such crimes of genocide have occurred when racial, religious, political, and other groups have been destroyed, entirely or in part. Emphasis added. The body's Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, was mandated by the resolution to produce a draft of the desired convention for consideration at the next annual session of the General Assembly. ECOSOC immediately turned to the UN Secretariat for support in retaining several international legal consultants, including Dr. Raphael Lemkin, an exiled Polish Jewish jurist who had coined the term genocide in 1944, and who was thus considered a leading expert on the topic. The initial draft, authored primarily by Lemkin, was duly submitted to the Council on the Progressive Development of International Law and its codification in June 1947. In July, however, the General Assembly, noting important philosophical disagreements among some member states with elements of the draft document, declined to put the matter to a vote. Instead, 363. Through Resolution 180, 11, the Assembly instructed ECOSOC to prepare another draft instrument for consideration the following year. An ad hoc committee, consisting of representatives of China, France, Lebanon, Poland, the United States, the U.S.S.R. and Venezuela, was then organized by the Council to make the necessary revisions. The new document was passed along to ECOSOC's sixth Legal Committee, which made minor alterations, before submitting it to the General Assembly, which unanimously adopted it without further modification on December 9, 1948. By January 12, 1951, a sufficient number of countries had ratified the Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide to afford it the status of binding international law, of both customary and black-letter varieties. As of 1990, more than 100 United Nations member states had tendered valid ratifications. The only significant exception was the United States of America. The situation remains unchanged today, despite a pretense of ratification made at the behest of the Reagan administration in 1988, 40 years after the convention first passed muster with the civilized countries of the world. How and why this came to be are questions of no small significance, insofar as they shed a penetrating light on the true character and priorities of this nation of laws, the self-professed most humane and enlightened nation in the history of humanity. Happy face, they are no less important in that the United States, as the planet's only remaining superpower, is now in an unparalleled position to visit its version of humanitarianism upon virtually any sector of the species it chooses. Gutting the convention. The United States assumed a leading role in formulating the application of international legal principle under which the Nazi leadership was tried at Nuremberg, especially with regard to the somewhat nebulous category of crimes against humanity under which the regime's most blatantly genocidal policies and practices were prosecuted. Similarly, while engineering establishment of the United Nations in 1945 ostensibly as a barrier against the sort of excesses evidenced by Nazism, it did much to promote the idea that each element of customary human rights law, including implicit prohibitions against genocide, should be codified as a black-letter international legal instrument, formally embraced through a process of treaty ratifications by member states. When it came time for the drafting of an actual genocide convention, however, the United States conducted itself in what can only be described as a thoroughly subversive fashion. This began with its response to the initial 364 draft instrument, a document which sought to frame the crime in a manner consistent with accepted definition. The draft aimed to protect racial, national, linguistic, religious, or political groups. In sweeping terms, it branded as criminal many physical and biological acts aimed at the destruction of such groups in whole or in part, or of preventing their preservation or development. It specified that acts would be punishable, including attempt to commit genocide, participation in genocide, conspiracy to commit genocide, and engaging in a number of preparatory acts such as developing techniques of genocide and setting up installations. It called for punishment of all forms of public propaganda tending by their systematic and hateful character to promote genocide, or tending to make it appear as a necessary, legitimate, or excusable act. It called for the creation of an international court to try offenders in cases when states were unwilling either to try them or extradite them to another country for trial. As the Saudi Arabian delegation observed at the time, the draft clearly articulated the nature of genocide as consisting not only in the systematic killing of members of a targeted population, but also in policies devoted to bringing about the planned disintegration of the political, social, or economic structure of a group or nation or the systematic moral debasement of a group, people, or nation. Happy face, things seemed to be moving in the right direction until U.S. representatives, often working through third parties such as Canada and Venezuela, went to work to scuttle what became known as the Secretariat's draft on the grounds that its net was cast much too widely and, if approved as law, might therefore serve to impair the sovereignty of signatory states. The previously mentioned ad hoc committee, chaired by U.S. Delegate John Mactos, was then assembled to produce a new draft, with attention focused on the political as well as the legal dimensions of the issue. In short order, a quid pro quo was effected in which the Soviets were allowed to strike socio-economic aggregates of the very sort they had been steadily obliterating since the early 1930s from the list of entities to receive protection under the law. Registered in exchange, the United States was able to remove an entire article delineating the criteria of cultural rather than physical or biological genocide, a maneuver serving to exempt a range of its own dirty linen from scrutiny. The Secretariat's draft had gone to considerable lengths to detail the specific conditions of the three forms of genocide. In the category of physical, it outlined mass extermination and slow death measures, i.e., subjection to conditions of life which, owing to lack of proper housing, clothing, food, hygiene, and medical care or excessive work or physical exertion are likely to result in the debilitation or death of individuals, mutilations and biological experiments imposed for other than curative purposes, deprivation of all means of livelihood by confiscation of property, looting, curtailment of work, and the denial of housing and supplies otherwise available to the other inhabitants of the territory concerned. The Secretariat's draft took biological genocide to mean the restricting of births in the group. It named the methods of sterilization or compulsory abortion, segregation of the sexes and obstacles to marriage. Cultural genocide was defined as the destruction of the specific characteristics of the group. Among the acts specified, forced transfer of children to another human group, forced and systematic exile of individuals representing the culture of a group, the prohibition of the use of the national language, or religious works, or the prohibition of new publications, systematic destruction of historical or religious monuments, or their diversion to alien uses, destruction or dispersion of documents and objects of historical, artistic, or religious value and of objects used in religious worship. In the Secretariat's draft, one crime genocide was thus defined as having three distinct but often interactive modes of perpetration. No effort was made to distinguish the relative seriousness of the modes which are left to stand on par, with the deliberate eradication of cultural existence being treated with as much legal gravity as programs of outright physical annihilation. By the time the United States had completed its overhaul of the text, over the heated objections of the Lebanese delegate, all that remained of the concept of cultural genocide was a provision prohibiting the forced transfer of children. Even the Secretariat's proscription of genocidally oriented propaganda, a concept deployed by the United States in its prosecution of Julius Streicher at Nuremberg, had been scrapped in favor of a much more restrictive clause prohibiting direct and public incitement. Happy face, in its final form, the key ingredients of the draft finally presented to the General Assembly had been reduced to the following. Article 2. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, as such. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on members of the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. Article 3. The following acts shall be punishable. A. Genocide, B. Conspiracy to commit genocide. C. Direct and public incitement to commit genocide. D. Attempt to commit genocide. E. Complicity in genocide. It was this U.S. designed and highly truncated instrument, not just diluting but effectively gutting Lemkin's original conception of genocide and the draft convention which arose from it, which was ultimately approved by the General Assembly. From there, it was an easy slide down the slippery slope of definitional erosion into a generalized misunderstanding that genocide occurs only within peculiarly focused incidents or processes of mass murder, a la Auschwitz and Babi Yar. For all practical intents and purposes, then, the United States had attained a diplomatic triumph of sorts, managing to void the very meaning of the crime in question while simultaneously appearing to stand at the forefront of those opposing it. Non-ratification. It appeared for a time that America might be able to have its cake and eat it too, at least on matters of international legality. At home, this liberal accomplishment not only subversion of the Genocide Convention, but the forging of a position of primacy for the United States within the UN itself had been masterminded by Truman-era State Department holdovers from the previous administration of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, foundered on the shoals of extreme right-wing reaction. Beginning in 1945, a strain of radical nativist anti-communism, mixed with overt militarism and white supremacism in a stew every bit as virulent as anything the Nazis cooked up, launched an ever more determined campaign to establish an outright fascist order in the United States. Central to this effort, America's Reichstag fire, as it were, was a series of dubious but highly sensationalized spy trials through which it was purportedly demonstrated that the federal government was literally infested with Soviet agents in all its dimensions and at every level. Some of these, it was asserted, had worked their way into key positions from which they could pass along to its enemies the country's most closely guarded military secrets, the scientific knowledge underlying the atomic bomb, to take a prominent example, and shape American policy, both foreign and domestic, in such ways as to undermine the national interest. So serious had the threat become, it was proclaimed, that only the exercise of extraordinary powers by the more patriotic elements of government could save the United States from being delivered into the totalitarian hands of what was described in perfectly Hitleresque fashion as a world communist conspiracy. By 1950. A climate of such genuine hysteria had been produced that a nationwide socio-political and cultural purge was underway, which eventually proved so sweeping that the American polity, never much inclined toward leftism anyway, was shifted significantly and permanently rightward. The State Department was a particular target of the right during the entire period. Among those most prominently pilloried were senior diplomat Harry Dexter White and Alger Hiss, a somewhat lesser-ranking official, who had been among the U.S. delegation to the 1945 Yalta Conference, during which America's post-war interests in Europe were supposedly sold out to the Soviets, and who then aericided over the UN founding conference. While White and Hiss were falsely accused of being out-and-out Russian agents, hundreds of others, notably, the entire roster of State Department China specialists, who were alleged to have deliberately handed over that country to Mao Zedong's communist insurgents by mid-1949 were 1527. Branded as comsimps, communist sympathizers, or fellow travelers. One purpose of the whole charade was to discredit the communistic notion of creating a workable system of international problem resolution through non-military means, embodied in the U.N.'s mandate to establish standards of comportment by progressively codifying and gaining universal ratification of the laws of nations. Instead, the American right sought to impose world order through attainment of the very kind of unassailable military ascendancy and consequent global politico-economic dominance for the United States that Hitler had earlier desired for Germany. Contrary to most of what now passes as responsible analysis in U.S. scholarship, this bellicosity was not an outgrowth of the Cold War. Rather, it was the cause of it. While such forces were managed to fulfill their original objective of bringing about an actual U.S. withdrawal from the United Nations after Korea, even the more thoughtful right-wingers could see the utility of remaining within the organization. They were able to neutralize much of what they found most objectionable about it by crafting an American posture of refusing to ratify its promulgation of international legal instruments they perceived as constraining the latitude of U.S. policy options. Among the more important elements of evolving human rights law which the United States still refuses to accept are the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, 1966, the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, 1966, the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, 1966, and the American Convention on Human Rights, 1965. The same holds true concerning the laws of war. Specifically the Declaration on the Prohibition of the Use of Thermonuclear Weapons, 1961, the Resolution regarding Weapons of Mass Destruction and Outer Space, 1964, the Resolution on the Non-Use of Force in International Relations and Permanent Ban on the Use of Nuclear Weapons, 1972, the Resolution on the Definition of Aggression, 1974, protocols additional to the 1949 Geneva Convention, 1977, and the Declaration on the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons, 1989. By and large, the arguments advanced in the Senate against ratification of the treaties accepting each of these legal instruments has been that to do so would impair U.S. sovereignty by conceding that there was some body of law standing at a level higher than that of our own Constitution. This follows precisely the logic embodied in a cornerstone of the Nazis' Nuremberg defense, insofar as the German government of which the defendants had been a part had never accepted most of the international laws at issue. They had not been required to abide by them. Rather, the defense contended, they were legally bound only to adhere to the legal code of the sovereign German state, under which authority they asserted legitimation of their various actions. The tribunal rejected this line of reasoning out of hand, countering that the defendants, indeed, the members of all governments, were bound under pain of criminal prosecution to conform to higher laws than those evidenced in their own domestic constitutions and statutory codes. The UN member states, including the United States, went on to affirm this position in December 1946. Happy face, nonetheless, after conducting hearings on the matter in 1950 during which it became clear that many of its members were profoundly skeptical about, and even hostile to, the notion of assuming an international legal obligation on genocide. The Senate Committee on Foreign Relations made the Genocide Convention the first casualty of its adoption of Nazi legal principles. In this, it was supported not merely by statements from lobbyists of the right-wing lunatic fringe, but by direct testimony offered by men like Alfred Schweppe, representing the supposedly more reputable American Bar Association, ABBA. In the aftermath, the JOMITI did not so much as bother to submit the convention to the full Senate for a vote on ratification. Instead, in 1953, John Bricker, Republican senator from Ohio, proposed a constitutional amendment barring the federal executive from entering into any treaty obligation which might serve to constrain policy prerogatives, not only on the part of the central government in Washington, but of the individual states of the Union. It was in this climate of patent defiance of the international rule of law that the Genocide Convention was left to languish, virtually undiscussed by the U.S. government, for the next 20 years. Deeper motives? Beneath the transparently invalid gloss of constitutional argument with which the Senate coated its rejection of the Genocide Convention lay deeper and more important motives. These devolved upon the understanding that certain ongoing U.S. policies and practices abridged the meaning of the Convention, even in its most highly diluted form. In testimony brought before the Foreign Relations Committee, this was expressed in terms of the implications of the treatment accorded racial minorities in light of the Convention's provision that intent to destroy a target group in part was sufficient to predicate a charge of genocidal conduct. Registered witness the following exchange between ABBA Representative Schweppe and the subcommittee chair, Connecticut Senator Brian McMahon, during the 1950 hearings. Schweppe: the point is that the intent does not need to exist to destroy the whole group. It needs only to exist to destroy part of the group. Now whether we say part of the group could mean one person or whether we say a substantial part again requires us to inquire into the facts, as you often do in these cases. What is the group and how many were there? McMahon: part of the group, but because he is part of the group. Now let's take lynching for example. Let's assume that there is a lynching and a colored man is murdered in this fashion. Is it your contention that that could be construed as being within the confines of the definition, namely, with intent to destroy him as part of a group? Schweppe: well, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to answer that categorically. Certainly, it doesn't mean if I want to drive 5 Chin-A men out of town. That I must have the intent to destroy the 400 million Chinese in the world or the 250,000 within the United States. It is part of a racial group, and if it is a group of 5, a group of 10, a group of 15, and I proceed after them with guns in some community solely because they belong to some racial group that the dictators don't like, I think you have got a serious question. That's what bothers me. What was bothering both McMahon and Schweppe was not only the gratuitous violence habitually visited upon Chinese immigrants to the United States during the 20th century, but the history of the lynchings of at least 2,505 black men and women in 10 southern states between 1882 and 1930. That comes to an average of one such act of racially explicit lethal mob violence directed against African Americans each week for the entire 48-year period, in an area encompassing only 1/5 of the country. When the remaining 80% of the United States is added in, the actual number was probably about double more than 5,000, a racial murder rate markedly higher than that evidenced in Germany against Jews and Gypsies combined prior to 1939. The lynching of African Americans had not ended in 1930, of course. Indeed, with 21 reported fatalities in that year, it represented a high point for the period reported. In 1932, however, there were 22 documented lynchings of blacks in the South, another 18 in 1933. Happy face: while the level of such violence would abate somewhat after 1935, it could hardly be said to have disappeared by 1950, and it would rise again sharply during the latter part of the decade and on through the mid-60s. There was, after all, a rather prominent organization, the Ku Klux Klan, which had been openly advocating not only the sort of atrocities at issue, but the sordid racial doc. 374. Trines underlying them * not only had authorities at all levels declined to take decisive action to quell Klan-style activity, they had in many cases encouraged it, and, in more than a few, could be shown to have actively participated in it. Happy face. Unquestionably, such a pattern could be argued as falling within the categories of state-sanctioned behavior prohibited by the Genocide Convention. It is therefore instructive that the immediate response of conservatives like Schweppe and McMahon was not to embrace the law as a potentially powerful tool which might be useful in an official drive to end the rampant and sustained racist violence plaguing the United States. Instead, it was the opposite. They denounced the convention on the bizarre premise that such atrocities were somehow or another constitutionally protected under the mantle of U.S. sovereignty. Even more revealing in many ways is the fact that liberals agreed, albeit rather than rejecting the convention outright, they sought to apply finesse by pretending it meant something other than what it said. Consider the following exchange between McMahon and then Deputy Under-Secretary of State Dean Rusk. Rusk, genocide, as defined in Article 2 of the Convention, consists of the commission of certain specified acts, such as killing or causing serious bodily harm to individuals who are members of a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group, with the intent to destroy that group. The legislative history of Article 2 shows that the United Nations negotiators felt that it should not be necessary that an entire human group be destroyed to constitute the crime of genocide, but rather that genocide meant the partial destruction of such a group with the intent to destroy the entire group concerned. McMahon, that is important. They must have the intent to destroy the entire group. Rusk, that is correct. McMahon, in other words, an action leveled against one or two of a race or religion would not be, as I understand it, the crime of genocide. They must have the intent to go through and kill them all. Rusk, that is correct. The convention does not aim at the violent expression of prejudice which is directed against individual members of groups. This, to be sure, was nonsense, as Schweppe later emphatically and quite correctly pointed out to the committee. Rusk has undertaken in a gloss to say that basic to any charge of genocide must be the intent to destroy the entire group. Now that is an exact negation of the text which is to be construed not only by the Senate but, by the International Court of Justice. Now, the International Court of Justice is not going to say intent to destroy a group in whole or in part means only to destroy a whole group. The convention says you only need the intent to destroy part of a group, so there is a contradiction, gentlemen, which I suggest you very seriously consider. If the circumstances attending the lynching of blacks smacked of genocide, their targeting for involuntary sterilization was even worse. Already in 1950 there was considerable discussion in the African American community about this, and in December 1951, a 240-page petition, written by black attorney William L. Patterson for the American Civil Rights Congress, CRC, and entitled "We Charge Genocide," was deposited with the UN Secretariat in New York. Registered. Although U.S. diplomats were able to prevent the document which provided copious details on sterilization programs to which the Afro-American community had been subjected from being taken up by the U.N.'s Commission on Human Rights, the submission sent lingering shockwaves throughout the federal hierarchy. By 1970, when an updated version of the CRC petition was deposited with the Secretariat, the situation was even more sensitive. At that point, the government was not only continuing its birth control efforts with regard to poor blacks, it had secretly launched similar programs targeting American Indians and Puerto Ricans, which eventually resulted in upwards of 30% of the women of childbearing age in each group undergoing involuntary and in many instances completely unwitting sterilization. **** The only question in this regard which seemed to concern Idaho's liberal Senator Frank Church during testimony provided by Assistant Attorney General, and future Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, William Rehnquist, in hearings conducted the same year, was whether responsible officials could be safeguarded from meaningful prosecution, perchance charges were ever brought against them under the Genocide Convention. Church, another extreme criticism leveled at the convention is that it would make birth control efforts among the poor blacks an act of genocide. How would you answer this allegation? Rehnquist, I think that any birth control effort that might reasonably be contemplated in this country would certainly be a voluntary one, and would likewise be directed towards all individuals rather than any particular race. I think it inconceivable that any sort of birth control effort that would ever receive public approval in this country would violate the provisions of this treaty. Church, is it true that if any such effort were to be made, based upon some compulsory method and directed towards some particular group, that the protections of the Constitution would be fully applicable whether or not the United States had ratified and become party to the Genocide Convention? Rehnquist, certainly. Other aspects of U.S. domestic policy were coming into similar focus at about the same time. There were, for instance, potential ramifications to the maintenance of the apartheid structure of Jim Crow segregation throughout much of the nation for more than 100 years. As VABA Representative Eberhard Deutsch put it in his testimony before the subcommittee in 1971, such a systematic pattern of statutory racial discrimination could, at least in part, be seen as a violation of even the most rigorous interpretation of the Convention's injunction against visiting mental harm upon members of a target group. In Brown v. Board of Education, the leading desegregation case, the Supreme Court of the United States held expressly that separation of Negro children, from others of similar age and qualifications solely because of their race, generates a feeling of inferiority as to their status in the community that affects their hearts and minds in a way unlikely ever to be undone, and has a tendency to retard their education and mental development. In light of this holding by the Supreme Court, such an understanding as this committee has proposed, that mental harm is to be construed to mean permanent impairment of mental faculties, would hardly deter any tribunal from determining that any form of local segregation is within the definition of the international crime of genocide under the Convention. At no point during the subcommission's hearings was there serious discussion of the implications of the Convention's prohibition against the forced transfer of children in light of U.S. policy. The reasons for this are readily apparent. To have done so would have been to expose the entire system of compulsory boarding schools long imposed by the government upon American Indians to the kind of scrutiny it could ill afford. Any such attention to Indian affairs would, moreover, all but inevitably raise the specter of the extermination campaigns waged against America's indigenous peoples in previous centuries. From there, discussion would have led unerringly into the very sphere of consideration the United States had sought to evade when it arranged for deletion of the third article of the Secretariat's draft, the broad range of culturally genocidal practices through which the Indians' final extinction was still being relentlessly pursued as a matter of policy. Rather, these genies were left in their bottles altogether, and the subjects of Indians and Indian policy never came up. Be that as it may, it is unquestionably a matter of record that it was with full knowledge that many of its own undertakings and positions were genocidal by legal definition and with the stated intention of maintaining its own imagined sovereign discretion to continue in exactly the same vein that the Senate of the United States, cheered on by the country's most representative body of jurists and attorneys, openly rejected the Genocide Convention for 2 generations. By no conceivable definition can it be said that a worse performance on comparable matters was evidenced by Germany's legislators, barristers, and judiciary during the 1930s. Yet the latter were reviled, appropriately enough, as vulgar criminals. Non-ratification, Round 2. During the second half of the 1960s, as the United States mounted an intensifying war of attrition to contain the spread of communism in Southeast Asia, a tribunal was convened in Copenhagen to assess America's military and political postures in the region under standards of international legality. Sponsored by British philosopher Bertrand Russell and presided over by the equally eminent French thinker Jean-Paul Sartre, the tribunal received voluminous written evidence, both documentary and scientific, as well as considerable direct testimony over several months. In its findings, advanced in December 1967, the Rusbu Tribunal held that American policies in Indochina violated every element of law enunciated in the Nuremberg Charter, most especially those involving the planning and waging of aggressive war and all manner of crimes against humanity, including genocide. In addition, it was found that numerous U.S. military practices, example the massive use of chemical agents as well as napalm and other incendiary ordnance against civilian targets, violated specific articles of the Geneva Conventions on the Laws of War. Although the tribunal possessed no enforcement authority, the very prestige of its members, the thoroughness with which they had amassed their evidence, and the eloquent precision with which they delivered their findings did much to undermine the general consensus through which the war was being pursued. In short order, many in the American legal establishment, including even Telford Taylor, chief U.S. counsel at Nuremberg, were expressing extraordinary misgivings about the nature and effects of America's martial onslaught. With his capacity to continue the war rapidly eroding, U.S. President Lyndon B. Johnson effectively resigned his office. Beginning in 1969, his replacement, Richard M. Nixon, launched a concerted effort to reverse the appearance, though not necessarily the reality, of illegality in the conduct of America's foreign affairs. One of the initiatives undertaken to this end was, in 1970, resubmission of the Genocide Convention to the Senate for ratification. On the face of it, Nixon, whose rightist bona fides were impeccable, he had been a prime mover in the anti-communist purges of the 1940s and 50s, and had once advocated using tactical nuclear weapons to shore up French colonialism in Indochina, should have had all the standing necessary to sell the instrument to those of his ideological stripe. When it came to what amounted to little more than cosmetic acceptance of the most rudimentary 380 requirements of international law, however, he proved as unequal to the task as had Harry Truman in 1951. In effect, Nixon's reintroduction of the Genocide Convention simply reopened all the stale arguments which had been raised against it 20 years earlier. Indeed, Senator John Bricker, long retired, galvanized the opposition with a vociferous letter of protest at Nixon's having resurrected the issue at all. The new champion of Brickerism was Sam Ervin, Jr., a conservative South Carolina Democrat, who picked up his predecessor's states' rights theme with a vengeance, arguing that compliance with international legal standards would have the intolerable effect of requiring the federal government to constrain the various states, such as his own, from conducting themselves in a manner contrary to international law. If the Senate should ratify the Genocide Convention, Article 6 of the U.S. Constitution would automatically make the convention the law of the land, and impose upon the United States the obligation to take whatever steps are necessary to make its provisions effective. This means that the provisions of the Genocide Convention would immediately supersede all state laws and practices inconsistent with them, and would nullify all provisions of all acts of Congress and prior treaties of the United States inconsistent with them. The Abbas Eberhard Deutsch also re-entered the fray, warning that ratification would imply the precedence of Nuremberg-style international courts over the U.S. domestic system in the event that the latter failed to impose the rule of law in a meaningful way. This was no abstract threat at a time when the wholesale massacre of Vietnamese civilians at the hamlet of Sun My Lai by an army unit had been sensationally documented, and every official efibrite was being bent to exonerate the higher-ranking officers responsible. Equally problematic, Lt. Colonel Anthony Herbert, the most decorated veteran of the Korean War, had come forward with direct evidence of a pervasive pattern of covering up similar atrocities by the military's mid to upper echelons. Worst of all, Daniel Ellsberg, a senior intelligence analyst employed by the Rand Corporation, opted to leak a mass of top-secret government documents verifying many of the conclusions reached by the Russell Tribunal. It was rapidly becoming obvious to anyone paying attention that, by the standards set at Nuremberg, many in the American governmental, corporate, and military leadership belonged in prison cells or on the gallows rather than in positions of power. Under such circumstances, there was simply no possibility that these same leaders were going to tie themselves, even symbolically, to any code of legality which led to such conclusions. This became all the more true with the finite communist victories over U.S. client regimes throughout Indochina in 1975, attended by a marked, if temporary, decline in America's global dominance and a corresponding period of relative insecurity among the country's domestic elites. Registered for the next decade, the radical right spearheaded by the John Birch Society, Phyllis Schlafly's Eagle Forum, and the Liberty Lobby, a neo-Nazi organization headed by Willis Carto, mounted a major campaign to discredit the convention. In this, such groups were regularly assisted by North Carolina's Jesse Films, who went so far as to introduce the literature of outright Holocaust denial into Foreign Relations Subcommittee records in his efforts to prevent ratification, and other paleoconservatives in the Senate. Throughout the period, with the exception of those advanced by Wisconsin Senator William Proxmire, who spoke in favor of the convention during every session of Congress from 1967 onward, registered liberal arguments to counter such propaganda, when they occurred at all, were highly inconsistent and never more than lukewarm. Ratification. It was not until 1985, after the first signs of significant deterioration in the Soviet system signaled the potential for a decisive and potentially permanent shift in global power back to the United States, that a genuine senatorial interest in ratifying the Genocide Convention finally emerged. By then, the Reagan administration had restored a certain luster and authority to America's martial image through the conquest of tiny Grenada, endorsement of Israel's invasion and partial occupation of neighboring Lebanon, support for Iraq's bloody attritional contest with Iran, initiation of a pair of substantial low-intensity wars in Nicaragua and El Salvador, and the repeated provocation of lopsided aerial combat over Libya's Gulf of Sidra, among numerous other THMGS 7*. Moreover, the administration was in the process of repudiating the jurisdiction of the World Court to require U.S. adherence to even those relatively few standards of international legality it had formally embraced. Given that these developments dictated an increasing unenforceability of the convention against the United States, to quote Reagan, it was decided that the time was finally ripe for America to reap whatever propaganda benefits might accrue from the humanitarian gesture of signing on to what had long since become customary law. It was also discerned by more perceptive officials that, with the United States effectively self-exempted from abiding by provisions of this or any other element of international legality it might find inconvenient, endorsement of the relevant instruments might serve to forge useful new weapons for concrete rather than rhetorical utilization against America's enemies on certain occasions. A team of leading senatorial conservatives, Indiana's Richard Lugar, Orrin Hatch of Utah, and Jesse Helms were therefore assembled to sell ratification to the right. Together, the three crafted what they described as a sovereignty package containing 2 reservations and 5 understandings upon which U.S. acceptance of the Genocide Convention would be conditioned. These clarifications served to preclude any possibility that its provisions might actually be applied to America by reaffirming U.S. repudiation of the jurisdiction of international courts, asserting the primacy of the United States Constitution over international law, thus assuring American citizens of the right to engage in precisely the same activities for which the Nuremberg Tribunal had hanged Julius Streicher, rejecting extradition of U.S. nationals for violation of the convention. Rather than the U.S. interpretation of it, and specifically absolving the effects of discriminatory domestic policies and external military actions from being classified as genocidal other than in cases where genocide was a stated intent*, as the package read in its final form. Resolution of Ratification, Lugar-Helms-Hatch Sovereignty Package, adopted February 19, 1986. Resolved, 2/3 of the senators present concurring therein. That the Senate advise and consent to the ratification of the International Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, adopted unanimously by the General Assembly of the United Nations in Paris on December 9, 1948, Executive O. 81st Congress, First Session. Provided that the Senate's advise and consent is subject to the following reservations: 1. That with reference to Article 9 of the Convention, before any dispute to which the United States is a party may be submitted to the International Court of Justice under this article, the specific consent of the United States is required in each case. 2. that nothing in the convention requires or authorizes legislation or other action by the United States prohibited by the Constitution of the United States as interpreted by the United States. 2. The Senate's advise and consent is subject to the following understandings, which shall apply to the obligations of the United States under this convention. 1. That the term intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such appearing in Article 2 means the specific intent to destroy, in whole or in substantial part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such by the acts specified in Article 2, emphasis added. 2. That the term mental harm in Article 11, b, means the permanent impairment of mental faculties through drugs, torture, or similar measures. 3. That the pledge to grant extradition in accordance with the state's laws and treaties in force found in Article 7 extends only to acts which are criminal under the laws of both the requesting and requested state, and nothing Article 7 affects the right of any state to bring trial before its own tribunals any of its nationals for acts committed outside a state. 4. That acts in the course of armed conflicts committed without the specific intent required by Article 2 are not sufficient to constitute genocide as defined by the Convention, emphasis added. 5. That with regard to the reference to an international tribunal in Article 6 of the Convention, the United States declares that it reserves the right to effect its participation in any such tribunal only by a treaty entered into specifically for that purpose with the advise and consent of the Senate. 3. The Senate's advise and consent is subject to the following declaration, that the President will not deposit the instrument of ratification until after the implementing legislation referred to in Article V has been enacted. With the force and implications of the instrument thus thoroughly negated, this ratification was affirmed by congressional passage of the Genocide Convention Implementation Act, also called the Proxmire Act, a rather ironic reference to the senator who had been most prominent in advocating adoption of the law in its undiluted form in October 1988. The resulting documents, including the Lugar-Helms-Hatch package, were deposited by the Reagan administration with the United Nations a month later. The convention, in its congressionally approved form, became binding upon the United States in February 1989. Long before the process was completed, however, some senators, like Connecticut Democrat Christopher Dodd and Charles Mathias, a Maryland Republican, were warning that the U.S. claim to have ratified the convention in this fashion would likely be rebuffed by the international community on grounds that the U.S. rejection of Article 9 would completely undermine the law's effectiveness. Happy Face, Dodd, and Mathias were joined by several others when they argued that the a priori exoneration entered with respect to military action might have equally adverse effects. A question arises as to what the United States is really trying to accomplish by attaching this understanding. The language suggests the United States has something to hide. Moreover, the relatively imprecise definition of armed conflict in international law is an invitation to problems and will almost certainly draw adverse comments from other nations trying to figure out what the language is intended to do. To call attention to our fears of being brought to account for acts committed in armed conflicts is really an embarrassment to the United States and should have no place in our ratification of the Genocide Convention. As analyst Lawrence J. LeBlanc has observed, there is much to commend this viewpoint, though it could be carried further. Other provisions, for example, the understandings regarding intent and the meaning of mental harm, seem to carve out exceptions for the United States. They could be understood by other parties as being reservations that are incompatible with the object and purpose of the convention. The considerations that gave rise to these understandings, mainly domestic racial considerations, lend credibility to the viewpoint of those who object. LeBlanc's assessment is borne out in the fact that, by December 1989, 9 European countries, Denmark, Finland, Ireland, Italy, the Netherlands, Norway, Spain, Sweden, and the United Kingdom, had entered formal objections to the constitutional provision of the U.S. sovereignty package with the UN Secretariat, describing it as a violation of international treaty law. The United Kingdom and the Netherlands, joined by Australia, also objected to America's repudiation of World Court jurisdiction. The Netherlands flatly declined to recognize U.S. ratification of the convention as being valid until such time as these problems are corrected. The other objecting governments were not so explicit in this regard, although the legal and diplomatic implications of their filing of objections is the same. Hence, all pretensions to the contrary notwithstanding, the United States remains quite conspicuously an outlaw state. 387. Costs and consequences. The costs and consequences of a half-century of U.S. prevarication, obfuscation, and obstruction concerning the Genocide Convention have been numerous and substantial. For starters, the American initiative in excluding the entire criteria of cultural genocide from the 1948 legal definition has so confused the matter that both academic and popular understandings of the crime itself, never especially well developed or well rooted, have degenerated to the point of synonymity with mass murder. This has facilitated the continuation, indeed, intensification of discriminatory policies against America's domestic minorities throughout the 1970s and 80s, and on into the 90s. It has also masked the fact that much of what the United States has passed off as developmental policy in the Third World, entailing as it does the deliberate underdevelopment of the entire region and emulsification of its backward social sectors, is not only neocolonialist in its effects but patently genocidal, in Raphael Lemkin's sense of the term. Beyond this, the U.S. refusal to ratify even the ludicrously abbreviated conception of genocide it had itself engineered, in effect undermined any attempt to apply the convention to prevent or punish perpetrators of the global proliferation of systematic mass murder programs which have been documented after 1945. As of 1988, Ted Gurr and Barbara Harf had compiled data on 43 episodes of mass killings that have occurred since World War II. The data show that many more persons have died since the war as a result of mass killings than from natural disasters, international wars, and colonial and civil wars combined. As Gurr and Harf summarize the data, on average, between 1.6 and 3.9 million unarmed civilians have died at the hands of the state each decade since the end of World War II, compared with less than a million battle-related deaths in international wars, 960,000 per decade, and civil wars, 890,000 per decade. 5 of the 43 episodes appear to constitute pure genocides, that is, cases in which the victims appeared to have become victims because of their communal identity. In contrast, Gurr and Harf have classified 19 of the episodes as politicides, that is, episodes in which the victims were defined in terms of their hierarchical position or political opposition to the state and dominant group. The remainder of the episodes were classified as mixed, in which the victims were both political and communal groups, 7 episodes being more like genocides and 12 being more like politicides. Gurr and Harf argue that the vast majority of the 6.8 to 16.3 million victims were ordinary people whose only offense was to be on the wrong side of communal, separatist, or revolutionary conflicts. These totals are hardly complete, since they do not include about half of the more than 3 million Indochinese consumed by the near obliteration of their societies during the 1960s and 70s. The U.S. drive to convert them into an example of the prohibitive price to be paid for Third World assertions of politico-economic independence. Moreover, the compilation was made too early to include the toll of lives attending the Bush administration's brutal invasion of Panama in 1989, or the subsequent and far more massive, not to mention ongoing carnage involved in another American exemplary action, the war against Iraq. In addition, the timing of the study precluded inclusion of a pair of recent pure genocides in Rwanda and Bosnia-Herzegovina, each of them claiming hundreds of thousands of lives. In none of the episodes occurring prior to 1990 encompassing processes of such magnitude as the U.S. sponsored 1965 Indonesian extermination of perhaps 500,000 Umilrunists, the Holocausts in Burundi and Bangladesh in 1972 was the Genocide Convention invoked by the United Nations. Indeed, with the notable exception of the Khmer Rouge auto-genocide in Cambodia/Kampuchea, which was showcased in the most propagandistic fashion, as a post hoc justification for U.S. aggression there. None were ever described as being genocidal by mainstream journalists and commentators. It was not until the pretended U.S. ratification of the convention had gone into effect that it became permissible for the UN to employ the term in serious fashion, and then only with respect to some perpetrators in certain instances. The most salient illustrations of this concern the recent establishment of international tribunals, the first such since Nuremberg, to prosecute a few of those responsible for bloodbaths in Bosnia-Herzegovina and Rwanda on charges of genocide and other crimes. While this seems at first glance to be a positive development, suggesting that the belated U.S. pretense of ratification, however illegitimate it may have been, is nonetheless serving constructive purposes, closer scrutiny reveals a rather different picture. Those slated to be hauled into the defendant's dock are composed entirely of those who are at most marginal to U.S. policy interests, and whose actions have offered the prospect of disrupting the planetary order that policy is intended to impose. To all appearances, the United States, now that it has finally signed on to the convention, has embarked upon a course of claiming moral high ground by instigating show trials on charges of genocide against those it considers essentially irrelevant, as it will undoubtedly do against outright enemies whenever opportunity knocks, the better to immunize itself and governments it deems useful from precisely the same charge. The cynicism inherent to such posturing is nowhere more obvious, although Israel offers a readily comparable example, than with respect to the continued U.S. support to the government of Indonesia, presently in the process of consolidating its blatantly genocidal conquest of East Timor. The upshot is that after a half-century of blocking implementation of the Genocide Convention, the United States has moved decisively to domesticate it, harnessing international law entirely to the needs and dictates of American policy. Universal condemnation of the crime of genocide is thus being co-opted to a point at which condemnation accrues only to genocides which, whether in form or in function, have failed to receive the sanction of the United States. Those which have not, are to be punished. Those which have are to be reinforced, rewarded, defined as anything but what they are, even to the extent of describing them as democratic. This awful parody, which promises to institutionalize genocide as an instrument of state power in ways which even the Hitlerian era did not, is indicative of America's New World Order. The costs and consequences of the U.S. posture vis-a-vis the convention, indeed, with regard to the whole question of genocide, are already staggering, and are showing signs of becoming steadily worse as we prepare to enter the new millennium. Whether or not we will be able to prevent the unprecedented proliferation of human catastrophe that now looms before us remains to be seen. But we are every one of us obligated to try. 4. Defining the unthinkable. Towards a viable understanding of genocide. Our review of the history of genocide and its neglect has led us to the conclusion that until recently scholars participated in a process of pervasive and self-imposed denial, with the result that no generally accepted definition of genocide is available in the literature. To identify the relevant parameters is a first step in the prevention of future genocides. Frank Chalk and Kurt Jonas on the history and sociology of genocide. /inocide is perhaps the least properly understood word in the v_world today. Although it was originally forged from a sense of urgent necessity that a name be finally put to this most horrible of all crimes, the term and its underlying concepts have been subject to a bewildering array of misrepresentations and distortions, both unintentional and deliberate, since almost the instant of its coinage during the Second World War. Noteworthy offenders have included most nation-state governments and the international legal bodies they've created, broad nationally/culturally chauvinistic sectors of the academic and scholarly establishments in many societies, the bulk of the literary and artistic communities therein, organized religion, corporations and their lobbyists, advertising and the mass media, political opposition groups, and, as an entirely predictable result of all the rest, the public at large. For the most part, the very notion of genocide has suffered from the imposition of such arbitrary and inconsistent sets of definitional constraints as to render it inapplicable to real-world phenomena. Simultaneously, it has been all too frequently employed to rhetorical effect in official or scholarly utterances as readily as in vulgar colloquialism, so broadly as to be trivialized or voided of meaning altogether. One result of such confusion has been a rapid permeation during the late 20th century of what has been termed a genocidal mentality, quite often in quarters considering or at least projecting themselves as being imbued with the precise opposite. Another has been that, despite a lengthening series of genocides which have occurred since 1948, when a formal convention was effected to codify certain genocidal activities as crimes under international law, no serious effort at enforcement has been undertaken, either by the United Nations or by individual signatory states. Arguably, under these conditions the physical/cultural eradication of entire human groups, or their systematic reduction to whatever extents are deemed desirable by perpetrator societies, has increasingly become not only a mode by which racial, ethnic, and religious conflicts are resolved, but a fundamental method employed by governments and attendant elites to accomplish everything from the realization of models in social engineering to attainment of political homogeneity, from adjustments at the micro level of their national economies to the tuning at the macro level of the international economy as a whole. A number of analysts have suggested that such trends point towards the emergence of genocide in fact, if not in name, as a normative aspect of the human condition in the years ahead. Given the virtual impossibility that a cure can be effected for a malady so widely misunderstood, misnamed, and/or misdiagnosed, even, or especially, by the figurative doctors mandated to treat it, it seems that clarification of the nature of the illness itself remains the first order of necessity in combating it. Labeling a case of AIDS as the flu, and prescribing aspirin to mask a few of its symptoms, may well be a more pleasant exercise than announcing the truth for physician and patient alike, but it does nothing to facilitate controlling the disease over the long run. On the contrary, temporarily comforting denials can only serve the end to exacerbate the problem, amplifying its lethal effects. So it is with the epidemic practice of categorizing genocidal attitudes and processes as something, anything, else, and otherwise refusing acknowledgement of the pervasiveness of their existence. For what I hope are obvious reasons then, the purpose of this essay is to make some useful contribution to reaching the degree of definitional clarity which might allow for development of a generalized and popular understanding of what genocide actually is and by extension, at least what it is not. It is offered in the sincere belief that only in a genuinely functional and comprehensive explication of the crime can the necessary groundwork be laid for the conceptualization and implementation of methodologies which will lead to its prevention and eventual disappearance from the long list of odious scourges afflicting humanity. Origins of a concept. The word is new, as Leo Kuper has observed, the crime is ancient. He traces the latter back at least as far as the 7th century BC, when many cities were razed to the ground and entire populations carried off or brutally exterminated during the forging of the Empire of Assyria. Subsequent examples which might be drawn from the history of antiquity are legion, and would certainly include the Athenian destruction of Melos in 416 BC, and Rome's obliteration in 150 BC of Carthage, men, women, and children, the site of the devastated city sown with salt, symbolic of desolation. Registered 8,000 years later, much the same was going on. As is witnessed by accounts of wolves and ravens being the sole living things in once populous lands through which Mongol leader Genghis Khan had marched with his golden horde. And then there was Tamerlane. Here was a monster who razed Isfahan to the ground in AD 1381, built 2,000 pre-wonders into a living mound and then bricked them over at Sapta War in 1383, piled 5,000 heads into minarets at Zurich in the same year, cast his Luri prisoners alive over precipices in 1386, massacred 70,000 people and piled the heads into minarets at Isfahan in 1387, massacred 100,000 precunas at Delhi in 1398, buried alive 4,000 Christian soldiers at Shavaz after their capitulation in 1400, and built 20 towers of skulls Syria in 1400 and 1401. The religiously cast wars for access to trade routes known as the Crusades were also replete with such butchery. When Europe's Christian forces captured Jerusalem in 1099, for example, they first massacred nearly the entire Muslim population, then herded the city's Jewish inhabitants into a synagogue which was promptly torched, killing everyone trapped inside. Such ferocity, indicative of the Crusaders' zeal from start to finish, was consistently evidenced within Europe itself during the same period. One example concerns the systematic extermination of witches, that is, the spiritual/political leadership of the subcontinent's non-Christian cultures between 1200 and 1600. Another is the so-called Albigensian Crusades, 1208-1226, the express objective of which was to annihilate the Cathars, adherents to an heretical Christian doctrine in southern France, forcing all survivors to assimilate to Orthodox Roman Catholicism. When the Cathar city of Belsiers was stormed in AD 1209, the crusading army, organized at the instigation of the Pope and the monk Arnold of Citriaz, spared neither dignity, nor sex, nor age. Nearly 20,000 human beings have perished by the sword. After the massacre, the town was plundered and burnt, and the revenge of God seemed to rage upon it in a wonderful manner. Happy face. This was the opening round of the Inquisition, a protracted and extraordinarily bloody process of consolidating European culture through imposition of church orthodoxy, and centralized authority. By 1310, it had resulted in the expungement of two more major deviant orders, the Hussites and Knights Templar. Over the following 2 centuries, a particularly ugly process of religious extermination was also visited upon European Jews, who were confronted with the alternatives of converting to Christianity, forfeiting their property while being expelled from the subcontinent, usually to Western Asia or the deserts of Northern Africa, or suffering wholesale massacre. Registered. It is startling to find within Christian practice in the period of the Crusades, the Inquisition and the religious wars, all the elements in a major genocide of our day. That of the Nazis against the Jews. There were the laws corresponding to the Nuremberg laws, there were the distinguishing badges, the theory of a Jewish conspiracy, appointed centers of annihilation corresponding to Auschwitz, and some systematic organization, with the Dominican friars for example providing the professional expertise and bureaucratic cadres in the Inquisition. The Inquisition eventually triggered a massive revolt against papal authority known as the Protestant Reformation and an extended series of exterminatory campaigns intended to eradicate the insurgents and their doctrines. Cooper notes that many genocidal massacres marked the course of these conflicts, which culminated in the persecution of the Huguenots in France and the 30 Years' War in Germany. The massacre of Saint Bartholomew in 1572 and the Great Exodus from France following the revocation of the Edict of Nantes stand out in the tragic history of the Huguenots. The 30 Years' War in the 17th century has always seemed the symbol of extreme devastation wrought by the unbridled passions of religious conflict. Long before Europe's religious wars had run their course, Portugal's initial forays along Africa's west coast, beginning in 1450, and Spain's into the Americas, from 1492 onward, set in motion an unprecedented and ongoing process of intercontinental mayhem. Although the rape of the Dark Continent was largely confined to the burgeoning slave trade until well into the 19th century, absence of quinine and other prophylactic drugs to ward off malaria prevented European penetration of the African interior before that point. Entire civilizations were eradicated in the Western Hemisphere almost from the outset. By 1800, it has been estimated that upwards of 90% of the New World's 100 million or more indigenous people had been exterminated, and the killing was continuing. Shortly thereafter, the conquest and colonization of Africa began in earnest, obtaining in some areas results quite comparable to those prevailing in the Americas by the early 20th century. Examples abound. During the so-called Zulu War of 1878-79, for instance, that proud people fighting with spears against British rifles and artillery were so thoroughly decimated that they have never fully recovered. During their 1894 subjugation of the Matabele of what is present-day Zimbabwe, the British relied upon their vastly superior weaponry to inflict casualties at a rate of more than 200 to 1. Registered. Even worse was the brief 1898 Battle of Omdurman, in which about 11,000 Sudanese dervishes were killed outright by British troops. 403. Equipped with the latest long-range Enfield rifles and dum-dum bullets, in the aftermath, a further 16,000 wounded were slaughtered where they lay. Nor was Britain the only culprit. The French subjugation of Algeria, beginning in 1830, had been every bit as savage as anything evidenced by Fair Albion and the near-total extermination of the Iberos and Namas by the Germans in their southwest African colony, Namibia, between 1904 and 1908 surpassed even that. The English, however, probably remain the global leaders in genocidal activities, both in terms of their overall efficiency as when they consummated the total extinction of Tasmanians in 1876 and a flair for innovation embodied in their deliberate use of alcohol to effect the dissolution of many of North America's indigenous peoples. Opium was employed in the same fashion against the Chinese. Registered a willingness to rely upon chemistry rather than firepower to accomplish imperialism's more exterminatory objectives was again abundantly manifested in a 1919 recommendation by Winston Churchill to Britain's Colonial Office that order be maintained in Mesopotamia, Iraq, by the aerial spraying of poison gas on the Kurds and other uncivilized tribes. Naming the crime. By the early 20th century, genocidal practices had become so commonplace that they were engendering serious qualms even among some of the worst perpetrator states. Hence, in 1902, the American Secretary of State addressed to Romania a remonstrance in the name of humanity against Jewish persecutions, stating that his government would not be a tacit party to such international wrongs, and in his message to Congress in 1904, the President of the United States declared, with reference to the Kishinev pogrom in Russia and the systematic and long-extended cruel oppression of the Armenians, that there are occasional crimes committed on a vast scale and of such peculiar horror as to make us doubt whether it is not our manifest duty to endeavor at least to show our disapproval of the deed and our sympathy with those who have suffered by Jt. Such statements contained no small element of hypocrisy. Coming as they did from a country which had barely completed a century-long and continent-wide series of unabashedly exterminationist campaigns against American Indian peoples and which was in the midst of a concerted drive to eradicate their cultural residues through a formal policy of compulsory assimilation. The United States was still wrapping up a similarly annihilatory operation in the Philippines which had resulted in the slaughter of as many as 1,000,000 native Moros, and was busily emulsifying the previously vibrant indigenous society of its newly acquired Hawaiian territory. The rhetoric was all the more hypocritical in that the president who enunciated such noble-sounding principles was none other than Theodore Roosevelt, an inveterate racist who openly celebrated such American accomplishments. In any event, this U.S. posturing was followed a decade later with a multilateral declaration issued by France, Great Britain, and Russia on May 24, 1915, condemning as crimes against humanity and civilization Turkey's systematic slaughter of more than 1 million Armenians. An interesting aspect of this document was its inference that all members of the Turkish government might be held responsible together with its agents implicated in the massacres before some form of international court to be convened for that purpose at an unspecified future date. Although no such body was ever established, a 15-member commission to study the possibility was created by the Preliminary Peace Conference of the Embryonic League of Nations shortly after the end of World War I. In its final report, submitted on March 29, 1919, the body recommended the chartering of a permanent tribunal to prosecute those thought guilty of offenses against the laws and customs of war or the laws of humanity. The idea foundered on strenuous American objections that laws of humanity were articulated in no ratified treaties and that, in any event, standards of humanity could be seen only in situational terms, relative to time, place, and circumstance. In other words, what should be viewed as a crime if committed against civilized white people might not be considered such if, following U.S. practice, it were committed only against darker savages. Since their own needs were met by such a sliding definition which precluded the elaboration of black-letter law, Europe's imperial powers readily acquiesced in the American obstruction. Interest in the issue remained alive in some quarters, however, as is witnessed by a 1933 proposal submitted to the League of Nations International Conference for the Unification of Criminal Law by Polish jurist Raphael Lemkin, arguing that the destruction of any racial, social, or religious collectivity should be declared a crime of barbarity under the laws of nations. No action was taken in the matter. Thus, when the Nazis' new order was incrementally imposed upon most of Europe itself between 1939 and 1941, no term yet existed which truly encompassed what was occurring. The best that could be managed in the January 1942 Declaration of St. James, issued by the governments in exile of 9 countries overrun by Germany, was a statement of intent to bring to justice all those responsible for violence against civilian populations, having nothing in common with acts of war or political crimes, as understood in civilized countries. Happy face, little more shape could be found in the December 1942 declaration put forth by the Allied powers, in which they resolved to punish those responsible for the bestial policy of cold-blooded extermination visited upon the Jews and others. Registered. The horror was still nameless in the October 1943 Moscow Declaration, later used as the basis for the Four-Power Agreement of August 8, 1945, establishing the Nuremberg Tribunal, which reiterated the Allies' intent to prosecute. Finally, in 1944, Lemkin, who had fled Poland in 1939 and was now working out of Yale and Duke universities in the United States, stepped into the breach with publication of his Axis rule in occupied Europe. In it, he offered a new term, genocide, derived from the Greek word genos, human group, and the Latin side, to kill or put an end to describe any coordinated and planned annihilation of a national, religious, or racial group by a variety of actions aimed at undermining the foundations essential to the survival of the group as a group. Lemkin conceived of genocide as a composite of different acts of persecution or destruction. His definition included attacks on political and social institutions, culture, language. 407. National feelings, religion, and the economic existence of the group. Even non-lethal acts that undermine the liberty, dignity, and personal security of members of a group constituted genocide, if they contributed to weakening the viability of the group. Happy face, v. Lemkin also pioneered the development of a typology of genocide, a set of types classifying actual cases of genocide based on the intent of the perpetrator. In his Chapter 9 on genocide, he sketched the outline of an evolutionary development incorporating 3 types of genocide. The aim of the first genocides, which he related to wars of extermination in antiquity and the Middle Ages, was the total or nearly total destruction of victim groups and nations. A second type of genocide, one that had emerged in the modern era, was characterized by the destruction of culture without an attempt to destroy its bearers. Nazi-style genocide comprised the third type. It combined ancient and modern forms of genocide in a new type, in which some groups were selected for immediate annihilation while others were selected for compulsory assimilation. Lemkin's breakthrough enabled the International Military Tribunal, convened at Nuremberg in 1946, to advance an appropriate description of the charges against the major Nazi defendants, that is, of having conducted deliberate and systematic genocide, viz., the extermination of racial and national groups, against the civilian populations of certain occupied territories in order to destroy certain races and classes of people and national, racial, or religious groups, particularly the Jews, Poles, and Gypsies, and others. Happy face. Following this lead, the Supreme National Tribunal of Poland, while prosecuting a group of lesser Nazis during September and August of the same year, found them guilty on the basis that their wholesale extermination of Jews and also of Poles had all the characteristics of genocide in the biological meaning of the term, and embraced in addition the destruction of the cultural life of those nations. Happy face. On December 11, 1946, the newly formed United Nations capped off the institutionalization of Lemkin's definition of the crime with the unanimous passage of General Assembly Resolution 96-1. Genocide is a denial of the right of existence of entire human groups, as homicide is the denial of the right to live of individual human beings. Such denial of the right of existence shocks the conscience of mankind, results in great losses to humanity in the form of cultural and other contributions represented by these groups, and is contrary to moral law and the spirit and aim of the United Nations. Many instances of such crimes of genocide have occurred, when racial, religious, political and other groups have been destroyed, entirely or in part. The punishment of the crime of genocide is a matter of international concern. The General Assembly therefore affirmed that genocide is a crime under international law which the civilized world condemns, and for the commission of which principals and accomplices, whether private individuals, public officials, or statesmen, and whether the crime is committed on religious, racial, political, or any other grounds, are punishable. Happy face, no distinction was drawn in this norm of international understanding between genocidal acts or policies implemented abroad and those targeting groups within any state's claimed territoriality, nor between wartime occurrences and those transpiring during times of peace. Similarly, no differentiation in terms of the gravity of the offense was drawn between the accomplishment of genocidal objectives by lethal means and the pursuit of such objectives through processes of deliberate cultural eradication. Thus was the concept of genocide clearly distinguished from the far simpler crime of mass murder. Definitional erosion. Resolution 96-1 concluded, in line with the UN's mandate to engage in the formulation of black-letter international law, by assigning its Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, to draft for adoption by the General Assembly a full-blown convention delineating the elements of the crime of genocide and appropriate responses by the international community. Happy face, through the UN Secretariat, Raphael Lemkin was pressed into service as a consultant, charged with primary responsibility for drafting the instrument. The result, a beautifully crafted and comprehensive document incorporating not only all aspects of genocidal activity but the outlines of an effective means of enforcement, was submitted for review to the Council on the Progressive Development and Codification of International Law in June 1947. There, it immediately stalled because of concerns expressed by the representatives of numerous UN member states. With the conclusion of the major Nuremberg trial, a number of Gov. 409 governments had quickly begun to backslide into their pre-war postures. Having made grand statements on law and morality against the Nazis, they were having second thoughts about the broader implications of such pronouncements and were busily contriving to protect their own rights to engage in variations on the same genocidal themes as the leaders of the Third Reich. It was thus necessary for them, collectively, to narrow the Convention's definitional parameters of genocide in such ways as were necessary to exclude many of their own past, present, and anticipated policies/practices from being formally codified as crimes lèse humanitatis, crimes against humanity, in international law. Happy face, consequently, General Assembly consideration was postponed until 1948, while Lemkin's material, usually referred to as the Secretariat's draft, was handed over to an ad hoc committee of nation-state representatives licensed to rework it in conformity with what were described as the political realities. Happy face, the first task was for the United States to push Lemkin completely out of the process, paving the way for the real bargaining to begin. With this accomplished, the initial modification was proposed by the USSR, strongly supported by Poland. Lemkin's draft had specified that acts or policies aimed at preventing the preservation or development of racial, national, linguistic, religious or political groups should be considered genocidal, along with a range of preparatory acts, including all forms of propaganda tending by their systematic and hateful character to provoke genocide, or tending to make it appear as a necessary, legitimate, or excusable act. Happy face, the Soviet representative, arguing on behalf of a government which had systematically eliminated not only the entirety of its political opposition but whole socio-economic aggregates during the 1930s and 40s, claimed that inclusion of political groups among the entities specifically protected by the convention would be to cast the net much too wide. Happy face, the United States, which was by then locked into its Cold War confrontation with the USSR, led the opposition to this change until November 29, 1948. when it suddenly reversed its position. A quid pro quo had been effected in which the Soviets would allow the removal of linguistic groups from the roster of protected categories and drop their opposition to deletion of Lemkin's entire second article, devoted to the question of cultural genocide * in the original draft. Article 2 had specified as genocidal the destruction of the specific character of a persecuted group by forced transfer of children, forced exile, i.e., mass expulsion, prohibition of the use of the national language, destruction of books, documents, monuments, and objects of historical, artistic or religious value. Happy Face, it was, as Monroe C. Beardsley later pointed out, meant to get at policies designed to extinguish, utterly or in substantial part, a culture. Happy Face, the elimination of such criteria from the legal definition of genocide was strongly desired not only by the United States and other Western democracies, most of which were still presiding over non-self-governing colonial territories, but by a number of emergent post-colonial Third World states, even then in the midst of asserting jurisdictional and culturally hegemonic rights over divergent national minorities encompassed within their colonially delineated borders. In the end, Lemkin's list of 5 protected group classifications was reduced to 3: racial, national, and religious, to which a 4th, ethnical, was then added by way of compromise. Where he had elaborated 3 separate articles addressing the distinct but interactive and related categories of what he termed physical, biological, and cultural genocide, there was now a single abbreviated section. Article 11. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, as such. A. Killing members of the group. B. Causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C. Deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D. Imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. E. Forcibly transferring children of the group to another group ***. The committee's insertion of the word intent was also extremely problematic insofar as it established a predicating requirement for any entity seeking to actually press charges of genocide against another which, on its face, would be virtually impossible to prove. Finally, even in the unlikely event that intent might be demonstrated in a given instance, the ad hoc committee's final draft expunged Lemkin's provision for establishment of a permanent international tribunal to receive any charges of genocide **. Instead, other than in extraordinary circumstances involving governmental dissolution, it was left to each state to utilize its own juridical apparatus in determining whether it, its officials, or its subjects were to be considered guilty of genocidal conduct. This was the instrument submitted to and adopted unanimously and without discussion by the General Assembly on December 9, 1948. Conceptual reinforcement, s. In the 20 years following passage of the convention, a remarkable disinterest in the topic of genocide was exhibited by the scholarly community. While there was a burgeoning historical literature chronicling Nazism, its leaders, and the war itself, many of these works included material on the exterminations of Jews, Slavs, and others, and several were devoted exclusively to such subject matter. Theoretical and social scientific exploration of the concept and its implications languished. Perhaps the only significant exceptions during the first decade were the final chapter of sociologist Jesse Barnhart's 1948 American Community Behaviors and Hannah Arendt's groundbreaking The Origins of Totalitarianism in 1951. It was not until 1959 that the first major study, a massive 2-volume FOBT by Dutch law professor Peter N. Drost, was finally published. Drost's material set the stage for much of what would come later in 2 very important ways. First, on the positive side, he entered a scathing critique of the U.N.'s purging of political groups from the Genocide Convention's list of protected classifications, and made a strong case that other entities, especially economic aggregates, should have been included as well. Second, in the negative, he coupled this promising argument to an altogether arbitrary constriction of the criteria of genocidal activities to the realm of the physical, with an emphasis on direct killing. Lemkin's category of cultural genocide disappears altogether, having been rather casually consigned to the classification of ethnocide. A more appropriate term Drost erroneously or misleadingly attributes to post-war French scholarship rather than to Lemkin himself. Moreover, Drost badly blurred Lemkin's distinction between murder and genocide by emphasizing the fate of individual group members, offering as his own definition of the crime the deliberate destruction of physical life of individual human beings by reason of their membership of any human collectivity as such. Academic silence on the question then resumed, and Drost's remained the accepted scholarly definition of genocide until the late 1960s. At that point, the magnitude of carnage inflicted by the United States in Southeast Asia at last compelled serious attention by major intellectuals. The forum through which this occurred was mainly, though by no means exclusively, an international tribunal organized by eminent British philosopher Bertrand Russell to consider the U.S. performance in accordance with the criteria of illegality enunciated in Article 6 of the 1945 Charter for the Nuremberg Tribunal. These include a. Crimes against peace, namely, planning, preparation, initiation or waging of a war of aggression, or war in violation of international treaties, agreements, or assurances, or participation in a common plan or conspiracy for the accomplishment of any of the foregoing. b. War crimes, namely, violations of the laws or customs of war. Such violations shall include, but not be limited to, murder, i.e. treatment or deportation to slave labor or any other purpose of the civilian population of occupied territory, murder or i.e. treatment of prisoners of war or persons on the seas, killing of hostages, plunder of public or private property, wanton destruction of cities, towns, or villages, or devastation not justified by military necessity. c. Crimes against humanity, namely, murder, extermination, enslavement, deportation and other inhumane acts committed against any civilian population, before or during the war, or persecutions on political, racial, or religious grounds, whether or not in violation of the domestic law of the country where perpetrated. While Russell and numerous others concerned themselves primarily with the issues of war crimes and crimes against peace, French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre focused specifically on the crime of genocide. In his address on the topic to a plenary session of the tribunal subsequently published in Ramparts magazine and, in somewhat expanded form, as a short book, Sartre went very far towards restoring Lemkin's original notion of the nature of the crime. He did not assert that there was proof that the United States did in fact envision genocide, but simply that nothing prevented the United States from envisioning it, that genocidal intent was implicit in the facts, and that those who fight the war of the greatest power on earth against a poor peasant people are living out the only possible relationship between an over-industrialized country and an underdeveloped country, that is to say, a genocidal relationship implemented through racism, the only relationship short of picking up and pulling out. Happy face. He then proceeded to make a major contribution of his own toward any genuine understanding of genocide, asserting a firm equation between colonialism and genocide. Sartre points to countless acts of genocide committed by the capitalist powers in the colonial empires where they were established from the year 1830. Since victory, easily achieved by overwhelming firepower, provokes the hatred of the civilian population, and since civilians are potentially rebels and soldiers, the colonial troops maintain their authority by the terror of perpetual massacre, genocidal in character. This is accompanied by cultural genocide, made necessary by colonialism as an economic system of unequal exchange in which the colony sells its raw materials and agricultural products at a reduced price to the colonizing power, and the latter in return sells its manufactured goods to the colony at world market prices. However, the dependence of the colonizers on the subproletariat of the colonized protects the latter, to a certain extent, from physical genocide. This much publicized breakthrough was sufficient to finally generate a relatively substantial amount of debate on the question of how genocide should be understood. Probably the most thoughtful rejoinder came from Leo Kuper, an Africanist at UCLA, who, After seemingly visceral responses describing Sartre's perspective as unbalanced and weakened by extravagant overgeneralization, somewhat grudgingly concedes that the case is nonetheless made persuasively by others in more measured terms, and that the argument of an affinity between colonialism 416 and genocide can therefore be accepted, with much qualification. Moreover, the restraints on genocide to which Sartre refers, dependence on the labor of the subject peoples and the preservation of the colonial economy, are of a functional nature. The corollary will be that the impulse to genocide will be given freer rein where there are no material advantages to be derived from restraint, as in the genocides against hunting and gathering peoples. This conception of functional restraints on genocide seems to have some functional utility registered. Ultimately, Cooper expands upon the Sartrean position, arguing that, a. Sartre's timeline for equating colonialism and genocide, which picks up in 1830, should have been rolled back much further, at least as far as the advent of modern European expansionism in 1450, registered b. correlating the genocidal characteristics of many decolonization struggles and post-colonial realities to the effects of colonialism itself, registered and c. drawing attention to the question of internal colonialism, a matter Sartre himself had left entirely unaddressed. In the latter connection, he observes that Sartre's discussion of colonialism and its affinity for genocide is well within the tradition of Marxist-Leninist analysis of capitalism in its imperialist phase. This model of overseas conquest and colonization is now being applied to the internal domestic relations between dominant, or privileged, and subordinate, or underprivileged, racial or ethnic groups in the concept of internal colonialism. In the early years of the United Nations, the Belgians attempted to broaden the concept of colonialism to include all ethnically distinct minorities discriminated against in their home countries, and Leo Marquard used the term internal colonialism many years ago to describe internal race relations in South Africa. Most recently it has been adopted in Marxist interpretations of black-white relations in the USA and of Catholic-Protestant relations in Northern Ireland, and it has come into wide currency. Presumably the genocidal conflicts in Burundi and Lebanon should be analyzed in these terms. In this use of internal colonialism, there is an identification of ethnic, or racial, group with class. But the concept has also been applied directly to class conflicts. Like Drost, Cooper assailed the omission of political and economic groups from the Genocide Convention's itemization of protected classes. He was also unequivocal in his opinion that, insofar as it serves no useful purpose and merely provides an easy means of evading responsibility, the Convention's requirement of demonstrable intent be dropped from the definition of genocide altogether. Unlike Drost, however, he makes no false distinction between ethnocide and genocide, treating them as two facets of the same process. Cooper's own exegesis of the crime was thus essentially the same as that originally offered by Lemkin. Genocide is quite simply the destruction of a human group, as such, whether wholly or in part, and by whatever means. This interpretation is one which remained unchanged in a pair of books Cooper published in the mid-1980s, although in the second of these, The Prevention of Genocide, he divided the crime into two major classifications: domestic genocides arising on the basis of internal divisions within a society and genocides arising in the course of international warfare. Before arranging various illustrations according to a four-part typology *. 1. Genocides against indigenous peoples. 2. Genocides against hostage groups, a category that includes the Holocaust. 3. Genocide following upon decolonization of a two-tier structure of domination, and 4. Genocide in the process of struggles by ethnic or racial or religious groups for power or secession, greater autonomy, or more equal life. By then, others had long since weighed in with a range of useful contributions. As early as 1967, Norman Cohn, for example, had advanced a solidly utilitarian interpretation of how certain modes of ideology and propaganda serve to create the psychological context essential to perpetration of genocide, arguing that it is essential for these to be abolished if the genocidal mentality is ever to be rooted out of the socio-political environment. In 1974, Armenian scholar Vahak Dadrian incorporated this construction as well as significant elements of Sartre's functionalism into his own analysis when he observed that even though in conception, design, and execution genocide may be regarded as a phenomenon sui generis, in terms of underlying structural contingencies and projected goals, it is functional. It subserves the ultimate end of equilibrium of a system beset by disarray through acute group conflict. Happy face. Unfortunately, Dadrian followed up on this insight by extending a somewhat more restrictive overall definition than had either Sartre or Cooper. Genocide is the successful attempt by a dominant group, vested with formal authority and or preponderant access to the overall resources of power, to reduce by coercion or lethal violence the number of a minority group whose ultimate extermination is held desirable and useful and whose respective vulnerability is a major factor contributing to the decision for genocide. Happy face. Dadrian's definition of genocide, emphasizing the degree and type of disparity between the power of the perpetrator group and the victim group, establishes the matrix for his five-category typology of genocide. 1. Cultural genocide, in which assimilation is the perpetrator's aim. 2. Latent genocide, in which the perpetrator's activities have unintended consequences, such as civilian deaths during bombing raids or the accidental spread of disease during an invasion. 3. Retributive genocide, designed to punish a segment of a minority that challenges a dominant group. 4. Utilitarian genocide, using mass killing to obtain control of economic resources. And 5. Optimal genocide, in which the chief aim of the perpetrator is the total obliteration of the group, as in the Armenian and Jewish Holocausts. A decade later, sociologist Helen Fien produced yet another typology, closely related to those offered by both Cooper and Dadrian, with which she hoped to replace the UN definition with a more analytically rigorous concept. Happy face. According to Fien, genocide can be of the following types. 1. Developmental, in which the perpetrator intentionally or unintentionally destroys peoples who stand in the way of the economic exploitation of resources. 2. Despotic, which are designed to eliminate a real or potential opposition, as in a new, highly polarized multi-ethnic state. 3. Retributive, which the perpetrator seeks to destroy a real opponent. And 4. Ideological, a category embracing cases of genocide against groups cast as enemies by the state's hegemonic myth or by the need to destroy victims who can be portrayed as the embodiment of absolute evil. Degree. The potential usefulness of Fien's otherwise excellent delineation was seriously undermined by the definition with which she attended it. Genocide is the calculated murder of a segment or all of a group defined outside the universe of obligation of the perpetrator by a government, elite, staff or crowd representing the perpetrator in response to a crisis or opportunity perceived to be caused by or impeded by the victim. Registered in a 1988 paper, however, she eliminated the worst of what was inadequate in her formulation by recasting it in a manner which includes the full range of non-lethal ingredients, as well direct killing. Genocide is a series of purposeful actions by a perpetrator, to destroy a collectivity through mass or selective murders of group members and suppressing the biological and social reproduction of the collectivity. This can be accomplished through the imposed proscription or restriction of reproduction of group members, increasing infant mortality, and breaking the linkage between reproduction and socialization of children in the family or group of origin. The perpetrator may be the state of the victim, another state, or another collectivity. Although he is rather blurry about what he thinks genocide is, and is not, Roger W. Smith offers yet another typology, improving a bit on Fien's. 1. Retributive genocide, WLYCH is based on a desire for revenge, for example, the conquests of Genghis Khan. 2. Institutional genocide, frequently incidental to military conquest and prevalent in the ancient and medieval worlds. 3. Utilitarian genocide, motivated by the desire for material gain and common in the colonial expansions of the 16th to 19th centuries as well as in the genocides of development devastating small aboriginal groups in the 20th century, example the Ake in Paraguay and the Amazon basin peoples of Brazil. 4. Monopolist genocide, originating from the desire to monopolize power, particularly in plural societies, for example, Bangladesh and Burundi, and 5. Ideological genocide, motivated by the desire to impose a particular notion of salvation or purification on an entire society and most commonly found in the 20th century, for example, the Armenians, the Soviet Union, the Holocaust, and Cambodia. In 1984, University of Washington sociologist Lyman Legters, in an essay marred by its author's preference for the narrowest possible definition of genocide, nonetheless made an important contribution to understandings of the crime by developing the idea that the identity of a target group is to be understood, not by some abstract sociological or anthropological standard, but exclusively in accordance with the perpetrator's operant designation of it, no matter how absurd such a designation may seem. Registered Carrot. Legters strongly dissents from the current UN definition of genocide in regard to its failure to take into account that different social orders have diverse ways of classifying their own populations and that class, a category excluded from the UN definition of genocide, is the primary classificatory device of socialist systems. Asterisk. Finally, Robert Melson provides a crucial analytical tool by focusing attention, not just on the dynamics of internal colonialism, but on that more particularized variation known as the settler state, a structural innovation evidenced most plainly in the United States, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and Israel, as well as the Hitlerian notion of territorial expansionism known as Lebensraumpolitik, in which an invading group quite literally supplants the indigenous population on its own land base. Since wholesale displacement, reduction in numbers, and forced assimilation of native peoples is virtually a requirement for the existence of any settler state, Melson suggests they are properly construed as being inherently rather than potentially genocidal their makeup. Academic dilution, s. By no means were all academic responses to Sartre's postulations so constructive as those sketched above. Indeed, in keeping with academia's traditional role of assembling theoretical support for the status quo, many if not most appear to have been designed not only to parry the thrust of his arguments, but to follow the lead of the United Nations member states in diluting the meaning of the term genocide itself. Registered Carrot. Probably the first major effort in this regard was made by French sociologist Hervé Savon, who, in his 1972 book Du Cannibalisme and Genocide, took up Drost's technique of first critiquing the U.N.'s elimination of politico-economic groups from its list of protected classes before setting out to narrow the definitional parameters of the crime found in the Genocide Convention. Registered Carrot. Here, Savon went Drost one better by restricting his range of genocidal activity exclusively to direct killing, annihilation, consigning everything else including, it seems, such biological criteria as sterilization to the realm of ethnocide. Registered. He then advanced a three-part typology consisting in genocides of substitution, devastation, and elimination, each of which is determined by the outcomes deriving from the process which engendered it. Registered Carrot. As has been observed elsewhere, among the many problematic features of this extraordinarily convoluted analytical method is that it precludes even the possibility of an early apprehension of intervention in the processes themselves. In Savon's system, one can never be sure a genocide is occurring until after the fact, thus mooting the whole idea of preventing the crime before it occurs. In 1976, Rutgers University professor Irving Lewis Horowitz not only replicated Savon's circumscription of genocidal criteria, he flatly equates the crime to mass murder, but also attempted to definitionally constrain the range of potential perpetrators to governmental entities. Registered. As he puts it in Taking Lives, a 1980 rewrite of his her book, genocide is merely a structural and systematic destruction of innocent people by a state bureaucratic apparatus. In a subsequent essay, however, Horowitz seems to undercut his own argument by contending that while a totalitarian society is a necessary precondition for the genocidal process, it is not in itself a sufficient one. Instead, he casts national culture as being of more importance than state ideology in predicating genocide. He suggests that totalitarian ideology may make class, race, or religion ineradicable sins, thus increasing the potential for genocide, but that the decision to eradicate these sins by committing genocide is largely a function of national culture. By the mid-80s, iterations of the simplistic assertion that genocide equals mass murder had accumulated to such an extent that it had come to constitute an orthodoxy of sorts. Perhaps the most crystalline and certainly among the more reprehensible enunciations of this definitional truncation is that offered by Frank Chalk and Kurt Jonason in their 1990 book, The History and Sociology of Genocide. Genocide is a form of one-sided mass killing in which a state or other authority intends to destroy a group, as that group and membership in it are defined by the perpetrator. Here is a definition bound to delight any perpetrator, since, on its face, no genocide in history can qualify as such under its terms. Chalk and Jonason not only reject out-of-hand and all forms of non-lethal activity on the basis that these represent a phenomenon that is analytically different from the physical extermination of a group, but they systematically eliminate virtually all forms of mass killing as well. Within their framework, nothing associated with warfare can be considered genocidal, nor can pogroms or massacres, regardless of their scale, duration, or impact upon the victims, absent intent by the perpetrator to destroy all the members of the group. Even Nazism's extermination of the Jews cannot be said to qualify as real genocide under the author's deliberately restrictive definition, since it does not truly meet their criterion of being one-sided. The Jews, after all, sometimes engaged in armed resistance to being slaughtered. Equally egregious have been the efforts of an uncomfortably large number of Jewish scholars to prove that genocide is an historically unique fate suffered by their people alone at the hands of the Nazis. Happy face, although there have been literally scores of practitioners within this school, its leading proponent has been, until recently, Yehuda Bauer of Tel Aviv University, whose project has taken the peculiar form of seeking to diminish the relative degree of seriousness implied by the term genocide itself in much the same manner that others have sought to demote genocide's cultural category by retitling it ethnocide. His method has been to champion the idea that the Holocaust, a term he claims applies exclusively to Jewish victims, represents a category of unprecedented and unparalleled physical destruction which stand both apart from and above mere genocide. Genocide is the planned destruction, since the mid-19th century, of a racial, national, or ethnic group as such, by the following means: a. Selective mass murder of elites or parts of the population, b. Elimination of national, racial, ethnic, culture and religious life with the intent of denationalization, c. Enslavement, with the same intent, d. Destruction of the national, racial, ethnic, economic life, with the same intent, e. Biological decimation through sterilization. Abortion. The kidnapping of children, or the prevention of normal family life, with the same intent. Interestingly, Bauer's definition essentially duplicates Lemkin's up to this point. However, when it comes to the planned physical annihilation, for ideological or pseudo-religious reasons, of all members of a national, ethnic, or religious group, he parts company, segregating this into a classification of its own, which he labels Holocaust. Happy face, a hierarchical standing of the respective crimes is assigned via his contention that there is a kind of continuum of evil that would lead from mass murder in recent times through genocide to Holocaust show, Under genocide, Bauer includes the Nazi policies towards the Czechs, Poles, or Gypsies, and Soviet policies towards the Chechens, Volga Germans, or Tartars. He also includes the policies of American settlers toward many Native American tribes and acknowledges it would probably also include the cases of the Hutus, the Biharis, and the Igbos. Under Holocaust, Bauer lists only the Nazi attempt to destroy the Jews of Europe. Although the term may apply * in the future to groups that have not yet become victims, the case of the Jews, in Bauer's view, is the most thoroughgoing to date, the only case where Holocaust would appear fully applicable. Registered. As might be expected, in making his case for Jewish exclusivism, Bauer is compelled to engage in the grossest sorts of distortion, not least with respect to the record of the Nazi genocide itself. In part, this goes to a consistent and often extravagant overstatement of what was done to the Jews. At one point he actually asserts that all the Jews of Europe were in fact exterminated, as if what really happened were not bad enough. On the other hand, he has bent himself to the task of falsifying history to make it appear that the Gypsies, Sinti and Romani, who were subject to exactly the same laws and decrees, and who suffered an equal or even greater proportionate population loss at the hands of the Nazis, did not suffer the same horrors as Jews. Nor has he demonstrated the least willingness to admit, as Lemkin did, that Nazism had clearly targeted the Poles and several other Slavic peoples for a physical eradication. Every bit as complete as that intended for the Jews, but were proceeding to accomplish this goal at a different rate and through a somewhat different mode of extermination. At least it can be said that, regardless of how badly he deforms them for his own purposes, Bauer is knowledgeable with respect to the particulars of the Holocaust and its context. For all his scholarly pretension, however, he has proven not at all squeamish about entering grand historical pronouns. Merits, whenever these might serve to buttress his argument, on other matters, of which he often displays a truly stunning ignorance. As part of a polemic refuting the possibility that certain American Indian peoples were subjected to genocide in a form entirely comparable to that suffered by Holocaust victims, for instance, he discusses the case of what he calls the Pierce Nez. Degree. Presumably, he means the Nez Perce people of the American Northwest, whose noses, incidentally, are not pierced, and whose westernized name apparently is a corruption of the French Nez President. Clearly, one should avoid declaiming in feigned seriousness on the historical experiences of people whose very name one does not know. Far worse than Bauer is his apparent successor as Dean of the School of Jewish Exclusivism, Cornell University Professor Stephen T. Katz. The latter makes essentially the same claims concerning the uniqueness of the Holocaust as Bauer, and repeats the same catechismic assertions that it was visited upon the Jews alone. Reversing the poles of his predecessor's approach, however, Katz uses the arguments not to separate the Holocaust from genocide, but to make the two terms synonymous. In his rendering, the Nazi genocide of the Jews is thus submitted not only as being phenomenologically unique, and therefore worse than any other, but as the only genocide ever to have occurred. Whatever may have happened to non-Jews, anywhere, during any historical period, is always categorized as having been something else. The Jews, and the Jews only, have suffered genocide, according to Katz, and even they experienced it just once, during the Holocaust. Such a result is no readily apparent in the Katzian definition of the crime: actualization of the intent, however successfully carried out, to murder in its totality any national, ethnic, racial, religious, political, social, gender or economic group, as these groups are defined by the perpetrator, although he does restrict the criteria of genocidal activity to modes of direct killing which occur in contexts where there is demonstrable intent to liquidate every member of a target group. One must look to Katz's systematic misrepresentation of the experiences of other peoples. He is presently preparing to publish the second of 3 massive volumes in which he contextualizes his version of the Holocaust by denying the genocide suffered by literally hundreds of groups from ancient times to the present, in order to appreciate how he expects to convince others to share his conclusions. One example should prove sufficient to illuminate the quality of his scholarship as a whole. In reconsidering the case of the Pequots, a people indigenous to what is now northern Connecticut who were so thoroughly extirpated by English colonists in 1637-38 that even their name was officially expunged, Katz first minimizes their losses, deciding contrary to conventional estimates that the physical extermination was almost total, that the number killed totaled probably less than half the tribe. On this basis he opines, in what can only be described as a complete non sequitur by any standard, including his own definition, that the Pequots were subjected, at most, to cultural genocide. As a final proof of his thesis, Katz submits that as recently as the 1960s, the Pequots were listed as a separate group residing in Connecticut, neglecting to mention that he is referencing a census tally showing that the group included fewer than 24 individuals registered plainly. If one were to advance a similarly squalid line of argument with regard to the Jews of Europe that they suffered something less than true genocide during the Holocaust because, after all, about a third of them survived, and, as recently as 1997, Jews are listed as a separate group residing in Europe, including even Germany, one would be branded a neo-Nazi Holocaust denier, and properly so registered. The same rules apply or at least should apply to Stephen Katz and his colleagues in the School of Jewish Holocaust Exclusivism. Their shameless definitional/analytical manipulations of the concept of genocide amounts to the blanket denial of many Holocausts registered. Unfortunately, such unmitigated cant and duplicity have become normative. The books of Katz, Bauer, and others of the exclusivist persuasion are published, not by obscure and sectarian imprimators like the neo-Nazis, but by prestigious academic presses such as Oxford, Temple, and Yale. Chalk and Jonas Sohn exclude Sartre's work and most other functionalist analysis from the bibliographic survey of conceptual and background materials in their comprehensive study in comparative genocide registered. Isidore Walleman and Michael N. Dobkowski, in another currently influential compendium, profess to adhere to a somewhat broader definition of the crime than do Chalk and Jonas Sohn, but they then ask the latter to produce the typology for their volume, meanwhile refusing to so much as consider essays arguing that ethnocide should be considered equally a part of the phenomenon. And so it goes. For me time, those anonymous experts enlisted by publishers to assess the merits of manuscripts dealing with genocide, the fabled peer review process which is usually decisive in determining whether a book or journal article sees print, and in what form, have been increasingly of the same general persuasion, a circumstance virtually guaranteeing that contrary views will either be rejected outright or produced only after being revised into an acceptable degree of conformity with the requirements of orthodoxy. The recent establishment of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C., can serve only to exacerbate this already bad situation, creating as it does yet another Smithsonian-like entity through which fact and argument can be filtered, positioned ultimately to lend the luster of its official endorsement to purveyors of convenient truth. Towards a functional definition. Under such conditions as are described in the preceding section, there is very little possibility that valid apprehensions of the meaning and nature of genocide can be fostered on a widespread enough basis to allow the creation of effective barriers against repetition of the crime. On the contrary, insofar as they deliberately exempt from consideration most genocidal forms and processes, as well as the attitudes and activities underlying them, it seems likely that definitional truncations and analytical manipulations of the sort engaged in by Savon, Horowitz, Chalk, Jonas Sohn, Bauer and Katz can serve only to facilitate and reinforce rather than retard or halt the steadily accelerating trend towards global proliferation of this most destructive of all human potentials. As Chalk and Jonas Sohn themselves acknowledge in the quote used as an epigram at the head of this essay, attainment of some commonly accepted or at least acceptable definition of genocide is an absolutely essential prerequisite to changing things for the better. By rights, this might be expected to be achieved, not by advocating yet another arbitrary and exclusionary formulation, as they do, but by incorporating the broadest possible range of contributions offered in consistency with Raphael Lemkin's original explication since 1944. The purpose is to make the unthinkable thinkable, so readily and unavoidably that the occurrence of genocide can be denied the shroud of mystification and denial in which it thrives. As to the format in which any such inclusive definition can be most effectively advanced, many commentators seem to share the opinion that the motif employed by the framers of the Genocide Convention is best, if for no other reason than that it is by far the most familiar. What follows, then, is an attempt to lay out an adequate and coherent definition of genocide in a manner which lends itself to both popular understanding and functional application to a wide variety of purposes. Proposed Convention on Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide, 1997. Although it may or may not involve killing, per se, genocide is a denial of the right of existence of entire human groups, as homicide is the denial of the right to live of individual human beings. Such denial of the right of existence shocks the conscience of mankind, results in great losses to humanity in the form of cultural and other contributions represented by these groups, and is contrary to moral law and the spirit and aim of the United 431 Nations. Many instances of such crimes of genocide have occurred, when racial, religious, political, and other groups have been destroyed, entirely or in part. The punishment of the crime of genocide is therefore a matter of grave international concern. The United Nations member states, **. Having considered the declaration made by the General Assembly of the United Nations in its Resolution 96, 1, dated December 11, 1946, that genocide is a crime under international law, contrary to the spirit and aims of the United Nations and condemned by the civilized world, recognizing that in all periods of history genocide has inflicted great losses on humanity, and being convinced that, in order to liberate mankind from such an odious scourge, international cooperation is required. Hereby agree as hereinafter provided. Article I. The member states confirm that genocide, whether committed in time of peace or in time of war, is a crime under international law which they undertake to prevent and punish. Article 2. In the present convention, genocide means the destruction, entirely or in part, of any racial, ethnic, national, religious, cultural, linguistic, political, economic, gender or other human group, however such groups may be defined by the perpetrator. It is understood that, historically, genocide has taken three primary forms, usually, but not always, functioning in combination with one another. A. Physical genocide, by which is meant killing members of the targeted group, either directly, by indirect means, or some combination. Indirect means are understood to include, but are not restricted to, the imposition of slave labor conditions upon the target group, denial of fundamental medical attention to group members, and forms of systematic economic deprivation leading to starvation and other deteriorations in the physical well-being of group members. B. Biological genocide, by which is meant the prevention of births within the target group, either directly, indirectly, or both. Direct means are understood to devolve upon the imposition of involuntary sterilization or abortion measures upon group members. Indirect means include the imposition of degrading physical and or psychological conditions leading to marked declines in birth rate, heightened rates of infant mortality, and the like. C. Cultural genocide, by which is meant the destruction of the specific character of the targeted group, through destruction or expropriation of its means of economic perpetuation, prohibition or curtailment of its language, suppression of its religious, social, or political practices, destruction or denial of access to its religious or other sites, shrines, or institutions, destruction or denial of use and access to objects of sacred or socio-cultural significance, forced dislocation, expulsion or dispersal of its members, forced transfer or removal of its children, or any other means. It is understood that, insofar as each of these three categories of activity is sufficient in its own right to bring about the complete or partial destruction of human groups, as such, no hierarchy of importance or seriousness can be said to prevail among them. Each will therefore be treated as possessing equal gravity to the other two. Article 3. The following acts shall be punishable. A. Genocide. B. Conspiracy to commit genocide. C. Public incitement to commit or advocacy of genocide. D. Attempt to commit genocide. E. Complicity in genocide. Article 4. In keeping with the analogy to murder made in the preamble of this convention, it is understood that several degrees of culpability pertain to the commission of genocide. These may be taken into consideration for purposes of determining the appropriateness of punishment. A. Genocide in the first degree, which consists of instances in which evidence of premeditated intent to commit genocide is present. B. Genocide in the second degree, which consists of instances in which evidence of premeditation is absent, but in which it can be reasonably argued that the perpetrator, s, acted with reckless disregard for the probability that genocide would result from their actions. C. Genocide in the third degree, which consists of instances in which genocide derives, however unintentionally, from other violations of international law engaged in by the perpetrator, s. D. Genocide in the fourth degree, which consists of instances in which neither evidence of premeditation nor other criminal behavior is present, but in which the perpetrator, s, acted with depraved indifference to the possibility that genocide would result from their actions and therefore to effect adequate safeguards to prevent it. Article V. The commission of genocide in any form is not a right attending state sovereignty or any other authority. Hence, persons committing genocide or any of the other acts enumerated in Article 3 shall be punished, whether they are constitutionally responsible rulers, public officials, or private individuals. Article 6. Insofar as genocide has often been perpetrated as a crime of state, it may be taken as self-evident that its prosecution lies beyond the competence of the tribunals of individual states. Those charged with genocide in any degree, or with any other act enumerated in Article 3 of this convention, shall, therefore, be placed under jurisdiction of an international penal tribunal composed specifically for this purpose. It is this body, not organs of alleged perpetrator states themselves, which shall determine whether sufficient evidence attends given allegations of genocide to warrant their prosecution, and, in instances where this is so, preside over consequent proceedings, pronounce judgments, and affix punishments or other remedies. Article 7. All member states hereby agree to undertake such policies and other actions as may be necessary to ensure adherence to and enforcement of the provisions of Article 6 of this convention. Registered. Article 8. It is intended that this instrument shall supersede the United Nations Convention on Prevention and Punishment of Genocide, 1948. While it is by no means anticipated that a UN member state will suddenly and voluntarily come to the fore in championing these proposed revisions to the Genocide Convention, especially in view of the provision under Article 6 stripping all such entities of their present prerogative of engaging in the charade of self-absolution through resort to their own domestic tribunals, the kind of inclusive, flexible, and typologically nuanced definition of the crime advanced here is not without utility. To the extent that it may be adopted and applied in the discourse of scholarly and activist circles, it can have the positive effect of helping expand and reshape public consciousness of what genocide is, how it functions, and the purposes it serves. This is constructive in the sense that to be able to come to grips with any phenomenon, one must first be able to identify it when it is encountered. With heightened awareness comes heightened expectations for constructive action. Thus it may be that more than one currently recalcitrant state entity will eventually be compelled by a creeping enlightenment among its constituents to lobby for such revisions to the convention, even in contradiction to its own perception of sovereign interest. In the alternative, state authority may be circumvented altogether through the sheer outraged force of popular initiative and determination. In either event, and the reality is likely to play out in some symbiotic intertwining of both dynamics, the result will be a giant step toward achieving the mechanisms necessary to lay history's plague of genocidal actions and outlooks to rest, once and for all. Posterity, which stands to redeem the richest of rewards from any success obtaining in this regard, will inevitably recall those who met their obligations in the matter with the warmest esteem and affection. To those who now move in the opposite direction, seeking for whatever stupid and misguided reasons to diminish and confuse understandings of genocide to the point that it can never be abolished, will accrue the kind of revulsion and contempt among future generations which are reserved now for the likes of the Nazis and their apologists. There can be no forgiveness on this score, no room for further toleration of the squirming sophistries of responsible scholarship and statist deceit. The stakes are much too high, and the horror has gone on for far too long to bear further iterations of expedient denial.